Before we begin, a listener, remember to gently tap like and subscribe so you won't miss the next story. Tonight, I'll take you through the quiet halls where the walls still breathe, where every sound means something, even when no one's there to make it. 5 stories, each one a whisper left behind by those who never truly left. So, turn down the lights, lie still, and listen carefully, because some sounds don't stop when you wake up. Story 1. Midnight Echoes at Amsterdam Central Station. I arrived at Amsterdam Centraal in the kind of rain that sounds like static on an old radio. The station's glass ribs held the night like a lung. Each breath of wind sent a tremble through the iron, a hush through the platforms. My train had gone last departure, last chance, last voice over the tannoy dissolving into drizzle. I wasn't in a hurry. I told myself that. I let the chill soak my coat and listened. Trolleys whispered on the far concourse. Water ticked from the roof joints. A cleaning machine hummed to itself in an empty arcade, moving somewhere I could not see. Above me, the boards clicked and settled their letters as if practicing a language none of us had learned. Then, from a speaker near platform 7, a single breath of sound, a cough of static, a swallowed syllable, a name that could have been mine and could have been no one's at all. I stood beneath the sign that said night entrance and felt it tilt toward me as if it understood I was the sort of stray who wandered past closings. The rain slackened. The footsteps I'd heard earlier did not. They fell again, deliberate. Rhythmic 1 to 2, 1 to 2 exactly in time with my own heart. The footsteps stopped the moment I turned. Not faded, not wandered off, simply ceased, as if the air had been holding them for someone else's ears. The concourse behind me stretched out in a mild amber glow, polished tiles glistening like a still pond. No one stood there. No one moved. Yet the echo of that last step lingered, impossibly long, threading itself through the rafters. I took a breath, slow and cautious, and it fogged the cool air before thinning into nothing. The station didn't usually feel this vast. I'd been here dozens of times, crowded weekends, sleepy mornings, busy summer transfers. But in the dead hour after midnight, everything had a different weight. The arches seemed taller. The platform seemed farther. Even my own breathing sounded foreign, bouncing back with a pace that didn't belong to me. A soft, almost apologetic hum rose from a speaker somewhere above. Then came a faint chime, the familiar pre-announcement melody, but stretched, elongated, as if someone were pulling it like warm taffy. The notes drooped. They felt wrong, and after them, a voice emerged. Not a full sentence, not words I could understand, just a murmur, a wet, low murmur that drifted through the hall, arriving, last, returning. The sound didn't match the emptiness around me. No trains were scheduled. No staff remained. The digital boards above platform 7 displayed a flat bar of orange light, no text at all. Yet the tannoy insisted on speaking, trying to articulate something half swallowed by static. I stepped closer to the column, holding the speaker. The drizzle outside softened into a distant hiss, and the station felt sealed, like a jar closed too tightly. I noticed then that the lights above platform 7 flickered in a pattern, 2 slow pulses, 1 sharp blink, and then darkness for a count of 4. It repeated, again and again, almost like breathing, almost like signaling. My pulse quickened, not with fear, but with an odd sense of recognition. I knew that rhythm. I had heard that sequence before, though I couldn't place when. Maybe on a previous trip, maybe in a dream, or maybe it belonged to something I had forgotten deliberately. The tannoy clicked once. A crackle of static danced through the rafters. And then, very quietly, a voice whispered only one word, soft, deliberate, unmistakable. You. It wasn't a greeting. It sounded like an accusation, or a reminder. I stepped back, the tiles under my shoes releasing a hollow, lonely ring. In the far corridor, a trolley wheel rolled a few inches on its own before settling. The air shifted with a cold draft that shouldn't exist indoors. Something was awake in this station, and it had noticed me. The air inside Amsterdam Central thickened as though the station were slowly inhaling. A distant drone, low and metallic, began to vibrate through the tiled floor. It wasn't loud at first, more a faint tremor, like the memory of a train passing rather than an actual one. Yet it grew, layer by layer, until I felt it in my ribs before I truly heard it. I lifted my head toward the rafters. The lights along Platform 7 flickered faster now, losing the slow rhythm they'd kept a moment before. Their pulses sharpened, jittery, erratic, like an anxious heartbeat. Each blink sent a ripple of shadows crawling across the concourse, long, thin silhouettes stretching where no one stood, shrinking where no object lay. Shadows behaving like breath coming and going, swelling and retreating. Behind me, something rolled. Not a trolley this time. The sound was heavier, more deliberate. A single wheel turning across the tiles, then stopping with a soft clack. I turned slowly, not wanting to make any sudden noise that might invite a response. Again, nothing. The corridor beyond the ticket counters was still, empty, but the echo of that rolling wheel hovered in the air too long to be natural. Then the tannoy chimed again, but not the stretched, melted melody from earlier. This time, it rang crisp and sharp, clearer than it should have been in an empty station. A thin tone, as if struck by a hand rather than composed by a machine. And beneath it, another tone, a second chime, slightly out of tune, vibrating strangely in the walls. Two chimes. One familiar, one warped, a duet that didn't belong to any announcement I'd ever heard. The voice followed immediately. Arrival, approaching, stay, still. Each word dragged itself through static, but the command at the end still was unmistakable, as if the speaker knew exactly where I stood, as if it could sense my weight shifting on the tiles. I realized then that the drone beneath my feet had grown into something else entirely. Not vibration movement, the faint hum of metal on metal, a track shivering far below, as though a train were inching toward the station from a tunnel not listed on any map. I walked toward Platform 7, drawn by the rising tension. My shoes tapped quietly, but the echoes returned louder than they should, each step answering with a half-second delay that didn't match my pace. I listened closely. My steps, tap, tap, tap. The echoes, tap, 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 tap. 4 responses. Even though I had taken only 3 steps. A cold, Prickling suspicion crawled over my skin. The station wasn't merely echoing me, it was repeating me, multiplying the sound of my steps like a voice rehearsing the syllables of a stranger. The lights above the platform hissed. A surge of electricity hummed overhead, rattling the metal frames. A signboard clattered as its letters flipped rapidly from blank to gibberish, then back again. For a moment, every tile, every pane of glass seemed to vibrate in anticipation. Then came a deeper sound. A long, distant horn low, mournful, unmistakably, a train horn rolled through the station like thunder underwater. I froze. No trains should be arriving at this hour. The schedule confirmed that. The staff had gone home. The platforms had closed. And yet, the horn sounded again, closer this time, pushing warm air ahead of it like a breath from a sealed tunnel. The tannoy crackled violently, then spoke with sudden clarity. "Stand back. The train is not for you." The last word fractured, splitting into several layers of sound. You each quieter, as if fading into an invisible crowd. But beneath those echoes, one final whisper lingered, softer than breath. "Unless you've returned." A gust of cold swept along the platform, pressing against my coat as though something large had moved swiftly past me in the dark. The horn bellowed again, this time from the very mouth of the platform. And then the rails began to glow. A faint, dull red shimmer, like metal heated from below. They vibrated so strongly the tiles beneath my feet trembled, singing with a high, thin pitch that made the air flicker. Whatever was approaching the station was not a normal train, and the station knew it. The rails glowed brighter, a dull crimson fading into a molten orange, as if something beneath the platforms were heating the metal from within. I stepped back unconsciously, my heel brushing against the yellow safety line. The air thickened further, warm and pulsing, like breath exhaled from a tunnel that should have been cold. Then, silence. Not the soft emptiness of a night station, but a sudden, absolute vacuum, as though every sound had been drawn inward, collected, and held behind an invisible door. My ears rang. My chest tightened, uncertain whether I was still breathing or simply remembering the rhythm. A blink of light flickered at the far end of Platform 7. A dull, rhythmic glow, rising and falling, drawing nearer with each pulse. At first, it resembled the headlights of a distant train, but the pattern was wrong. Too slow, too uneven, and far too bright to belong to anything mechanical. The tannoy crackled once, sharply, like radio static snapped between fingers. "Approach, with caution." The voice sounded strained, as if something large pressed against the microphone from the inside. Then the message repeated, not once but twice, each replay slightly distorted, softer, as if whispered by someone standing right behind me. "With caution." Caution. I inhaled sharply and forced myself to step forward toward the approaching glow. My footsteps echoed again loudly, unnaturally, as if the station were leaning in to listen. Each tap returned with a second, sharper tap exactly half a beat later. A companion pace. A mimic. The glow grew brighter until it formed a shape not a train, but a long, wavering bar of light sliding between the rails. like a lantern suspended beneath the tracks. It drifted forward, hesitating, pulsing with a faint heartbeat. With each pulse, waves of warm air rippled outward. I lowered myself slightly, peering down the platform. That was when I noticed another sound beneath the hum, a faint, scraping rhythm, a dragging step, then another. Something was moving alongside the glowing bar, its pace matching the slow pulse of the light. A silhouette emerged, tall, thin, leaning slightly forward as though the tunnel ceiling were too low. I froze. The figure's movements were disjointed, as if each limb remembered motion differently. My pulse hammered in my throat. The figure stepped into the red glow, and for the first time, I saw it clearly. It wasn't standing on the platform. It was standing on the tracks. At first glance, it resembled a man in a long coat, but then the details shifted. The coat wasn't cloth, but something textured, like peeling paint. Its edges flickered in and out, as if the figure were made of overlapping frames, a reel of film running too slowly. The tannoy clicked again. Please do not cross the line. A warning. Or a plea. I stepped back instantly, and the figure matched my movement, stepping backward on the rails at the exact same pace, the same angle, as though tethered to me by some invisible thread. Then it lifted its head. The face was blurred, not hidden, but unfixed, sliding between features like wet paint being smudged by an unseen thumb. For a moment, I saw eyes wide, hollow, reflecting the platform lights. Then they vanished, replaced by empty darkness. A soft tap echoed behind me. Then another. I whipped around. No one stood there. But the echoes kept coming, approaching, quickening, as though invisible feet were pacing toward me. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled sharply. When I turned back to the tracks, the figure had moved closer, much closer. Now only a dozen meters away. Its head tilted to the side, studying me with an unsettling, childlike curiosity. It stepped forward again, and this time, it didn't mimic me. It advanced on its own. The glow beneath the tracks brightened, flaring with a silent spark, illuminating the rails from below. The figure's shadow stretched out across the platform, long and thin, reaching toward my feet like searching fingers. I stumbled back several steps, heart racing. The station floor vibrated, the tiles humming with an unfamiliar frequency. The tannoy sputtered violently, then blared. Stand away from the incoming. The final word dissolved into a painful screech. The figure stepped onto the platform. Its foot made no sound, but the shadow it cast landed with an audible thud, as if something heavy had dropped from a great height. My breath caught. The shadow began to move independent of the figure, stretching forward, spreading across the tiles like ink spilled slowly. The figure raised an arm, a slow, deliberate motion, and pointed directly at me. A deep hum rose through the ground, rattling my bones. The rails glowed white-hot. The far end of the platform erupted in a blinding flash. Something was arriving. Not a train. Not anything I recognized. But something that the station itself had been preparing for. The figure took another step toward me, purposeful, certain, closer than I ever intended to let it come. And the shadow reached my foot. A searing cold shot up my leg. The cold climbing up my leg was sharp at first, like the bite of winter river water. Then it softened, turning dull and numb, as though my nerves were being gently switched off one by one. I staggered back, pulling my foot away from the spreading shadow. The moment I broke contact, the cold vanished entirely, as if it had only been allowed to exist while I stood within the silhouette's reach. The figure halted, its head tilted again, this time almost inquisitively, like a person studying an animal they didn't expect to react. The shadow curled back toward its feet, withdrawing across the tiles with a slow, oily glide. The rails dimmed from white-hot to a dull orange once more, and the deep hum in the air softened, retreating into the bones of the station like a heartbeat falling asleep. For a brief moment, everything stilled. A soft breeze slipped through the hall, carrying a smell faintly like warm dust and rain on metal. Familiar, almost comforting. The lights above the platform steadied, no more frantic blinking, no more strange pulses. The boards flickered, then finally displayed text. No scheduled arrivals. As stated, a quiet, empty reassurance. My instincts told me to run, to bolt in any direction that led away from Platform 7. But the stillness wrapped itself around my thoughts. My pulse slowed. My breath softened. The sense of being watched eased, lifting like fog from my shoulders. The figure on the tracks took a single step back, then another. Its movements were smoother now, less distorted. The coat-like shape around it seemed to settle into something that almost resembled fabric, fluttering gently as the breeze drifted past. It looked less like a warped silhouette and more like a lone traveler hesitating at the wrong platform. My panic loosened its grip. A strange sympathy settled in. Maybe it wasn't approaching me. Maybe it wasn't hostile at all. Maybe it had only reacted to my fear, mimicking my movements in some strange echo of the station itself. Even the tannoy had fallen quiet, as if embarrassed by its earlier warnings. For the first time that night, I convinced myself I'd misread everything. I exhaled softly, grounding myself. The figure slowly lowered its arm, the same arm it had raised to point at me a moment earlier, and let it hang by its side. Its face still blurred, but the distortion had softened around the edges, like steam fading from a mirror. I stepped forward cautiously. Just half a step, just enough to confirm that I wasn't imagining the calm settling over the station. The figure didn't react. The shadow didn't surge. Nothing moved except the gentle ripple of warm air rising from the tracks. A small sound escaped me, a breathless laugh I didn't mean to let out. Relief, fragile but real, trickled through my chest. I glanced at the departures board again, watching the orange glow shift calmly between blank updates. The tannoy clicked. A simple click. Not static, not warnings. Just the soft, reassuring sound of electronics resetting themselves. Then a clear, gentle announcement flowed from the speaker above me. Maintenance in progress. Please proceed to the main hall. A completely normal message. One I'd heard many times before during late travel nights. The voice was neutral, composed, lacking the strained distortions from earlier. I stepped fully away from the platform edge, my pulse steadying. Maybe alarms had glitched. Maybe lights malfunctioned. Maybe exhaustion had made me see patterns where there were none. The figure took another step backward, fading into the dimmer stretch of track where even the station lights could not reach. It no longer felt like a threat, more like a memory that had surfaced and drifted away again. I turned toward the main concourse, relieved to see the soft amber glow returning to normal across the hall. Even the echo of my footsteps returned to their ordinary rhythm, one step, one echo. No extra taps, no mimicry. The station felt empty again, truly empty. I reached the center of the hall, letting my shoulders relax. For the first time since missing the last train, I felt grounded, tired. Yes, but no longer hunted by shadows or voices lodged in static. I stood beneath the tall glass canopy, listening to the comforting tick of a faraway clock echoing through the rafters. A familiar sound, predictable, human. The tannoy chimed once more, a pleasant note. Platforms closed. Please exit through the night doors. I nodded to myself, turning toward the night entrance. My footsteps echoed gently, naturally. Even the rain outside had softened to a thin curtain, easy enough to walk through on my way to a late-night tram. As I passed one of the old metal columns, something caught my eye, a smear of faint light on the floor, a reflection. I paused. It was the reflection of the departures board behind me. But the board now displayed a message I knew had not been there moments before. Final return, one passenger missing. Its 7 Dacian and quais. Then the lights flickered. The reflection shifted. And for a brief, impossible moment, I saw 2 silhouettes standing where I stood. Only one of them was mine. For a heartbeat, I forgot how to breathe. The reflection on the polished tiles did not waver. 2 silhouettes stood there, one perfectly aligned with my body, the other just half a step behind, slightly taller, its shoulders narrower, its head tilted at a faint, unnatural angle. I turned sharply. No one stood behind me. Yet the reflection remained. The tannoy clicked on with a violent snap, as though someone had gripped the microphone too tightly from the other side. Passenger, detected. The voice had lost its normal cadence again. The calm station announcements from moments earlier dissolved into a strained, breathless tone, as though the speaker were being pulled underwater. Return to platform 7. The words crawled along the hall, bending around the columns and glass like a living draft moving through an abandoned cathedral. I stepped back instinctively straight into the reflection, but it didn't merge with mine. It simply shifted, adjusting its stance as though avoiding me. My pulse hammered violently. The shape in the reflection lifted its head, the blur of its face smudged upward like a shadow dragged by an invisible hand. Then it raised its arm. The tiles beneath me vibrated. Light shimmered underfoot. And deep within the station, the low horn of that impossible train groaned again, closer than ever. I ran. The echo of my steps burst through the hall, louder than they should have been, crisp and sharp like the crack of thin glass. Doors rushed past me. The vending machines glowed faintly. their light flickering as I pass. The tannoy came alive again. Not that way. A second voice overlapped it, whisper soft, as though spoken directly into my ear rather than over speakers. You can't leave yet. I didn't look back. The night entrance was only a short sprint away, a rectangular frame of glass reflecting the rain-soaked square outside. Safety, light, escape. I reached the door, grabbed the handle, locked. I pulled again, harder, shaking the metal in desperation. The frame rattled but did not budge. The rain outside blurred into streaks of silver across the glass, tauntingly close. A high metallic screech echoed behind me. I spun around. The hall lights flickered violently. Every single departures board reset at once, letters flipping in a rapid cascade until they landed on a single unified message. Return to Platform 7. As end. Then, beneath it, last entry registered. Is Pirate. A chill uncoiled down my spine. I wasn't the one who had returned. Something else had. The tiles beneath my feet trembled again, this time with more force. The hum from the tracks vibrated upward through the metal beams of the ceiling, making the glass tremble dangerously. The horn wailed so close now it rattled my teeth. I turned and ran toward another exit. The service door. The stairwell. Anything that wasn't Platform 7. But as soon as I stepped into the southern concourse, the lights surged, blinding me in a sudden white glare. When they cleared, the space had changed. The signage had rearranged. The colors had shifted. And I realized with sickening clarity, I was standing in front of Platform 7 again. The station had turned itself around me. The glowing rails pulsed like a slow heartbeat. Warm air rose from the tunnel, and the figure, the one with the blurred face, stood halfway down the platform, waiting. No longer on the tracks. No longer distant. Just waiting. Its coat rippled with each pulse from the rails, like fabric held near an unseen fire. It stepped forward, silently. Its shadow slid across the tiles faster than its feet moved. I backed away, but every step only pulled me nearer to the platform edge. The space behind me shrank, funneled by the station's architecture, shifting subtly, walls bending, doorways narrowing. The tannoy flared again. Do not resist. The figure raised its hand again, pointing at me with a calmness that chilled my blood. Its fingers elongated into something between shadow and smoke. Then the horn let out one final, thunderous bellow. A surge of white fire roared down the tunnel, impossibly bright, impossibly silent, illuminating the station from beneath the tracks. The figure's shadow expanded, splitting into branching limbs that reached across the platform. The light swallowed the rails, then the platform edge, then crept toward me. Instinct took over. I grabbed the nearest metal column, holding onto it as if it could anchor me to reality. The heat from the tunnel blasted outward, not burning, but suffocating, as though the air itself had thickened into warm fog. The figure stepped closer, and closer. Its shape flickered, stabilized, then flickered again, as though deciding what form it wished to take. It stopped directly before me. For the first time, Its face cleared, and I saw not someone else, not a stranger. I saw my own face, pale and hollow, staring back with eyes that shimmered like reflections on deep water. A soft whisper escaped its shifting lips. "You were supposed to return." The shadow surged forward, engulfing my feet, crawling up my legs like cold vines. I pulled against the column with everything I had, every muscle burning as the shadow tried to drag me toward the approaching light on the rails. The tenoi broke into static. Sparks fell from the ceiling. A clock somewhere shattered. In a final, desperate motion, I tore myself free from the shadow's grip. It snapped back like elastic, recoiling across the tiles. The figure staggered, its blurred features ripping and reforming. I ran. Not toward the exits they no longer existed. Not toward the hall they twisted endlessly. I ran toward the only place untouched by the shifting architecture. The maintenance door. A dull metal panel half hidden behind a pillar, marked with peeling paint. I shoved it open, stumbling into the darkness inside. The heavy door slammed shut behind me with a final, echoing boom. Inside, only stillness. No announcements. No glowing rails. No reflections. Just a narrow service corridor lined with cold pipes and the faint smell of dust. I leaned against the wall, shaking, breath ragged but real. The silence felt solid, unmoving, human. I had escaped the platform. I had escaped the figure. But the moment my heartbeat steadied, I heard it. A soft chime. The same stretched melody as before, coming from a single speaker at the end of the corridor. Then, calmly, clearly, "Maintenance in progress, passenger located, proceed to exit." I exhaled in shaky relief. Finally, a real way out. I started down the corridor, following the dim emergency lights. But halfway along the wall, I passed a small rectangular window in the door of a locked utility room. I shouldn't have looked, but I did. And inside the reflection of that tiny glass pane, my silhouette wasn't alone. The glass pane was no bigger than my hand, cloudy at the edges from age and dust. Yet the reflection inside it was sharper than anything in that dim corridor had any right to be. I saw myself first, hunched, breath trembling, one hand braced against the wall. Then, slowly, a second silhouette slid into view beside mine, not walking, not stepping, just appearing as if it had always been there, just waiting for the light to admit it. Its head tilted with that same unnatural angle from before. A faint pulse of warmth seeped through the metal door, brushing my skin like a distant sigh from the tunnel I had fled. I stepped back. The silhouette remained exactly where it stood in the reflection, unmoving until its hand lifted, mirroring the motion it had made on the platform. Its fingers longer now, impossibly thin, tapped gently against the inside of the glass. Tap. A soft, hollow sound. Then another. Tap, tap, tap. 3 taps. Like a counting in. Like a signal. The emergency lights flickered overhead. Far behind me, deep in the station's belly, The horn of that impossible train groaned again, even though I had left the tracks far behind. The pipes along the corridor vibrated in sympathy, carrying the sound forward like veins channeling a single heartbeat. I turned away from the window, forcing myself onward. The exit couldn't be far. The tannoy had said as much. My footsteps quickened, echoing faintly along the concrete passage. Halfway to the final bend, the tannoy crackled to life once more, clearer, calmer than before. Night service connection confirmed. A pause. Then, almost gently, prepare for transfer. The corridor's lights turned from white to a soft, unnatural amber, the exact shade of the lamps in Helsinki Central Station, the place I was meant to travel to the next morning. A cold breath slipped past my ear. Not a voice, not quite a sound, just a presence. Following, waiting, traveling with me. I reached the end of the corridor. The door marked exit to street waited ahead open just a crack, letting in a sliver of pale winter air. But behind me, from the darkness I'd just walked through, came a final whisper carried on the trembling pipes. You're not done with the nightlines. Story 2. Last announcement at Helsinki Central Station. Snow fell in slow, deliberate flakes the night I arrived at Helsinki Central Station. It gathered along the old stone arches, softening the sharp edges of the building as though the cold were trying to hush it into sleep. I stepped through the heavy doors just past midnight, my breath forming pale ghosts against the dim amber lights. Everything inside felt quieter than it should have been, muted, as though the hall were listening to me instead of the other way around. I'd come to escape the strange night in Amsterdam, to bury it beneath travel and exhaustion. But as the doors closed behind me with a deep wooden thud, a different kind of silence washed through the station. Heavy, intentional. Then came the first sound. Not the hum of heaters, not the distant rumble of trains, but the ticking of the enormous station clock's slow, deliberate, each tick echoing far too clearly in the empty hall. And beneath it, like a thin thread woven through winter air, a faint announcement drifted from a distant speaker. Arrival pending. The hour on the clock read 23:59. And for some reason, the second hand wasn't moving. The frozen air inside the station clung to me like a thin film, slipping beneath my collar as I moved deeper into the hall. I glanced again at the massive clock above the ticket counters. The hands were still fixed at 23:59, the minute before tomorrow, the suspended breath before a day begins. A fault? Maybe. Or simply old machinery slowed by the cold. I told myself that. But the longer I stood there, the more the silence pressed inward, as though the walls themselves were holding their breath with the clock. Somewhere near the platforms, a soft shuffle echoed. Not footsteps, more like something brushing lightly against stone the way dry leaves might drag across pavement. Except there were no leaves, no wind indoors, no one else. My shoes tapped softly on the tiled floor as I approached the departure boards. They glowed faintly, cycling through destinations in a slow, lethargic loop. Rows of numbers blinked in and out, arrival times, departure times, gates. But one row never changed. 0 last train status. Awaiting, I do thous. I watched it for a full minute. It didn't update, didn't flicker, didn't scroll to the next destination. It simply waited. A tiny puff of cold drifted from the vent above me. The air smelled faintly of old newspapers and snow-soaked wool, like the ghost of a crowd that had left long ago. Then the tannoy clicked. Not loud, just a soft, static breath, as though the speaker were clearing its throat. Passenger, please remain still. The voice wasn't mechanical. It sounded as though someone were speaking directly into a microphone from just beyond the wall, close enough that I could hear their own breath brushing the mic. I turned around sharply. Empty benches, empty platforms, empty hall. Only the clock remained frozen in its unsympathetic stillness. A faint metallic groan drifted from the far corridor, the one that led to the older platforms. The sound was thin and weary, like rusted hinges reluctantly stirred awake. I strained my ears, listening carefully. At first, nothing followed. Then, tap. A single, precise tap echoed down the corridor. Sharp, hollow, like a knuckle knocking gently on wood. I stepped toward the sound. Slow. Each footstep returned to me too quickly, as if the station itself were replying. The corridor smelled colder, the kind of cold that carries no wind but seems to hang from the ceiling. Tap, tap. 2 more knocks. The same rhythm, measured, patient. It wasn't coming from a door or a wall. It was coming from the old platform clock at the end of the corridor. But clocks don't knock. I drew closer, my breath slowing to match the heavy pulse of silence. The smaller clock hung crookedly, its frame old brass dulled to a murky brown. Snow had blown in from the open end of the platform, gathering in thin arcs beneath it. I reached out, fingertips brushing the cold air around the clock. Before I touched it, the minute hand jerked violently, twisting forward with an unnatural snap. 23:59 became 0. Every light in the corridor flickered, and from behind me, the tannoy whispered in a voice far too soft to be mechanical. You made it in time. The lights above the corridor flickered once more, dimming just enough for the shadows to thicken at the edges of the walls. The old brass clock trembled faintly, as if the shift to 0 had strained something deep inside its gears. A thin ringing started somewhere behind its face, soft at first, then growing clearer, like a single note held far too long. The air changed with it. Colder. Still colder. As if a door to the outside had opened, though nothing had moved. I stepped back, pulse tapping sharply in my throat. The corridor responded with an echo that returned too quickly, a half step ahead of my own rhythm. It wasn't the normal acoustics of stone and tile. It felt attentive. Then the first new sound arrived. Not a knock. Not static, but a slow, dragging scrape metal on metal, faint and distant, like an old platform gate being pulled across its rail, inch by stubborn inch. The kind of sound you hear deep in a station when the maintenance crew is locking the place down for the night. Except I knew, with an uncomfortable certainty, that maintenance wasn't scheduled. And I was the only passenger here. The scrape stopped abruptly. Silence pooled across the corridor like melted ice. A moment later, it began again closer. I turned toward the main hall. The huge windows reflected my silhouette back at me, blurred by falling snow outside. The reflection flickered once, twice, as though the glass itself had blinked. Behind me, the dragging sound quickened, accompanied by a faint rattling, like chains brushing lightly against stone. I walked faster. My steps echoed, sharp and hurried. But beneath the echo, something else paced me, another rhythm, slightly out of sync. A second set of footsteps, almost invisible, as if walking just behind my shadow. When I slowed, they slowed. When I stopped, they didn't. A crisp tap clicked against the floor light, precise, as though made by the tip of a cane or the heel of a shoe polished too cleanly. It echoed down the hall, picking up the tempo like a conductor tapping for attention before a symphony begins. Then another. Tap. Then two more. Tap, tap. And then the scrape again closer, much closer. The tannoy came alive without warning. Not with static, but with breathing. Slow, controlled breathing. The kind someone makes when standing very near a microphone, speaking without speaking. I felt the breath more than I heard it, as though cold air drifted directly through the speaker above my head. Then a phrase, stretched thin. Fran, the last train approaches. I turned instinctively toward the main departure board. The screen flickered with shades of blue and gray before settling into a single line of text. 0, last arrival, on time. But the station remained completely silent otherwise. No distant engine. No hum of power lines. No vibration in the tracks. Only the sounds behind me, the scrape, the taps, the faint rhythm of a presence trying to match my breath. I edged toward the main concourse. Snow drifted from the open doors near platform 3, swirling lazily across the tiles in patterns that looked almost deliberate. Little trails formed as if something unseen walked through them moments before I arrived. A sudden metallic clang erupted somewhere beyond the platform gates deep, resonant, almost like a train coupling with a carriage. The tiles beneath my boots trembled slightly, a shiver passing through the entire hall. I froze, listening. Another sound rose beneath the tremor, a faint, rhythmic thudding. Slow, heavy. Each impact felt like a heartbeat being forced through metal. The vibrations crept up the soles of my shoes and settled in my chest. Thud, thud, thud. Not the sound of a train. No. More like something walking along the tracks themselves. The tannoy crackled again, sharper this time. Platform 5, ready. But when I glanced at the sign overhead, it didn't say 5. The light flickered. The number shifted. 7. Platform 7. My breath stilled. Across the hall, a soft blue glow rose from the old wooden archway leading to platform 7, the same eerie hue as the frozen digits on the station clock. The glow pulsed faintly, in time, with the strange metallic heartbeat echoing beneath the floor. The scraping stopped altogether, and in the silence that followed, I heard something I wished I hadn't. A faint whisper flowing along the corridor. sliding over the stone like cold breath. "We've been waiting for you." The whisper threaded itself through the hall like a strand of winter fog, curling into the arches, clinging to the iron beams overhead. I stood perfectly still, listening as it unraveled into silence. My breath hovered in front of me in a faint cloud, suspended, as if even the air didn't dare move too quickly. Platform 7 glowed again, soft pulses of blue light breathing in the shadows, swelling and fading like a distant lighthouse. Each pulse illuminated a little more of the old wooden archway, chipped paint, frost collecting in the grooves, the faint shimmer of snow particles floating in stillness. Something waited inside that glow. Something patient. I stepped forward. My footsteps didn't echo this time. They landed too softly, as though the floor beneath me had been padded with invisible snow. But somewhere behind me, a second set of steps answered heavier, slower, each footfall dragging a faint metallic resonance along the tiles. I didn't turn back. I couldn't. The air grew colder with each step toward Platform 7, the temperature dropping sharply enough that tiny crystals began forming along the collar of my coat. My fingertips numbed, breath shortened. The blue glow deepened into a muted sapphire, illuminating a thin trail of footprints in snow that shouldn't have been there. They were small, barely visible, and they led directly into the shadows of Platform 7. I followed them, not out of courage. Nothing about this night belonged to courage, but because the station itself seemed to funnel me that way, tilting slightly, nudging me forward. A low thrum rolled beneath the platform as I approached. Not mechanical, more like a voice humming just below audible range. A sound so deep it settled into my bones instead of my ears. The tannoy clicked above me. Arrival confirmed. The voice had changed again, no longer strained or breathless. Now it was calm, measured, almost ceremonial. It carried a sense of inevitability. I stepped under the archway. The air inside shifted. The light from the hall dimmed abruptly as though a curtain had been drawn across the entrance behind me. I glanced back and froze. The corridor I'd walked through was gone. Or rather, replaced. Where the hall should have been was now a long, empty tunnel, lit only by the faintest flicker of emergency lamps. Snow drifted lazily through the air inside it, impossible and slow, as though falling underwater. I wasn't in Helsinki Central anymore. Not entirely. The glow from Platform 7 brightened again, pulling my attention forward. The footprints, those small, almost childlike impressions, continued until they reached the very edge of the platform. And there, at the end of that frozen trail, stood someone. A figure. Tall. Still. Face turned toward me in a posture that suggested they'd been waiting far too long. Their coat hung heavy, patched with frost. Their head tilted in that same unnatural angle I'd seen in Amsterdam, an angle that made the neck look just a fraction too long. But the most unsettling part wasn't their shape. It was their stillness. They didn't sway, didn't breathe, didn't fog the air. A statue made of winter. I swallowed, the sound loud in my own ears. "Hello," I whispered. The word fell into the cold and cracked like ice under pressure. It echoed along the platform, splitting into lighter, thinner versions of itself. Hello, hello, hello. The figure didn't answer. But something beneath the tracks did. A deep rumble unfurled, vibrating through the frozen air like distant thunder. Not a train, there were no wheels, no metal clatter, no mechanical rhythm, just that heavy, impatient pulse. The figure raised its arm. Slow, deliberate, fingers extended like icicles, and it pointed at the old display panel hanging above the platform. The lights on the panel flickered once, then stabilized. Last arrival, 0, do not board. So, a chill crawled across my scalp. The figure lowered its hand, then took one step forward, silent, precise. The snow around its feet lifted gently, as if drawn upward by static. I instinctively stepped back. The figure matched me perfectly. Its movement was not a copy, it was anticipation, like it knew what I would do a fraction of a second before I did it. Then it tilted its head further, almost, listening. A faint knocking drifted from the tunnel beyond the platform. 3 gentle taps. A rhythm I recognized. A rhythm that followed me from Amsterdam. Tap, tap, tap. The figure's blurred face shifted, sharpening for a moment. A pair of pale eyes glimmered through the frost. And then, a whisper. Not from the tannoy. Not from the tracks. From directly behind my ear. You made it in time, too. I spun around, breath-catching. But no one stood there. Only the cold. Only the silence. When I turned back, the figure was gone. Only its footprints remained, leading down toward the tracks, disappearing into the shimmering blue glow. Something had descended into the tunnel, and the station wanted me to follow. The blue glow dimmed the moment the figure slipped beyond the edge of the platform, as though the light itself were following it into the tunnel. Without that shimmering pulse, the world around me softened. The shadows no longer stretched. The air no longer vibrated with that bone-deep hum. Even the impossible snowflakes drifting indoors began to slow, falling like dust from tired rafters. For the first time since stepping into Helsinki Central, I felt the cold relax its grip. A breath slipped from my lungs long, steady, living. I didn't realize until that moment how tightly I'd been holding myself, like a violin string pulled one twist too far. The tension eased. My shoulders dropped. The silence around me felt ordinary, thin, empty, harmless. The tannoy above me chimed again clear, familiar, almost warm. Maintenance completed. Please proceed to the main hall. The voice sounded human this time. Not stretched, not whispered, not layered with strange breaths and static. Just a simple announcement, the kind you might hear on any winter night. A relief so gentle it almost felt foolish. I stepped away from the edge of Platform 7, letting the distance steady me. The temperature rose fractionally. I flexed my fingers, feeling sensation return. The corridor behind me, where a moment earlier a strange tunnel had replaced the hall, now showed its ordinary shape again. Tall arches, quiet benches, a faint glow from the ticket machines. Everything looked normal. Strangely, heartbreakingly normal. Perhaps the cold had distorted my senses. The Amsterdam incident had left me exhausted, brittle, vulnerable to phantoms. Long travel does that. Sleepless nights do that. Perhaps all I'd seen was the station's natural decay snowdrafts, flickering lights, old machinery fighting the winter. Perhaps. I started down the corridor, each step more relaxed than the last. My footsteps echoed naturally again, no lagging responses, no mimicry, no phantom pace trying to match mine, just the honest tap of rubber against stone. At the end of the passage, the great clock of the main hall came into sight, glowing dimly. I slowed, watching the hands. The minute hand had moved. Finally, it now pointed to 01. I almost laughed. A real, warm laugh. The world had restarted. I crossed into the main concourse, letting the faint hum of heaters wrap around me like a thin blanket. Snow piled gently at the entrance, pushed occasionally by the late wind outside. Few advertisement screens were still lit, glowing softly with muted colors. I exhaled deeply. I was safe. I scanned the hall for a staff member, and my heart lifted when I saw a man in a navy blue coat standing near a vending machine. His back was turned, shoulders hunched slightly as though reading the machine's dim display. Finally, someone real. I approached, footsteps slow and careful. "Excuse me, sorry. Can you help me?" The announcements were strange. "Is the station closing for the night?" As her crossing, the man didn't turn, didn't react. I stepped closer. His breath clouded faintly in front of him, steady, human, reassuring. "Sir," I tried again, gentle. He lifted a hand not to turn around, but to knock lightly on the vending machine's glass. Tap. A soft, simple tap. A normal sound. I exhaled. Relief washed through me. Then he tapped again. Tap, tap. 3 taps. Slow, measured, the exact same rhythm that had echoed in the corridor. The rhythm that followed me from Amsterdam. The rhythm I had heard seconds before the figure vanished onto the tracks. My blood thinned. My breath froze. The man's head tilted not toward the vending machine, but slightly back, in my direction. The exact angle. The exact unnatural slant. As if he had been listening to my approach long before I arrived. I stepped back, pulse jolting. The man's breath clouded again, slow, long, deliberate. Then he turned. Not fully. Not enough to show his face. Just enough that I could see the coat. A heavy coat, frost clinging along the seams. The same coat I'd seen at Platform 7 moments before. My entire body locked. But the man simply lowered his hand and took one quiet step away, walking calmly toward the far doors. No blurring, no flickering, just a man. A man in a coat. A man whose footsteps echoed with perfect normalcy. I waited until he disappeared into the snowy night outside. My pulse eased. A little. I told myself it wasn't the same figure. I had to believe that. The mind connects patterns too easily in fear. The tannoy chimed once more, gentle as ever. Exit available. Thank you for your patience. I turned toward the night doors, eager for the cold air outside, the real cold, the honest cold of winter wind. As I walked, a flicker on the floor caught my eye. A reflection on the polished tiles. For a moment, I saw only myself. Just me. Just one silhouette. But then the reflection stretched, just slightly, as though someone taller walked behind me. Yet when I turned, there was no one. Just falling snow. Just empty air. Just the soft whisper of winter. The reflection lingered only for a breath long enough to chill something deep beneath my ribs, short enough to make me wonder if I'd imagined it. Snowlight shimmered faintly across the tiles, bending around my silhouette as though the air itself hesitated. I exhaled, slow and thin. Just nerves. Just exhaustion. Just a station too quiet for comfort. The night doors stood ahead, heavy and framed in pale winter glass. A thin layer of frost curled along their edges. Beyond them, Helsinki's frozen square waited silent, deserted, but free. Normal. Human. I stepped forward, willing my heartbeat to steady with each footfall. The tannoy above me chimed softly. Thank you for traveling. The calm tone felt reassuring until I noticed something strange. The chime didn't echo through the hall like it should have. It echoed behind me, nearer than the speaker, closer than the ceiling, as if someone were repeating the announcement under their breath. I tightened my coat around my shoulders and kept walking. The air felt heavier now, pressing against my back like a hand insisting gently, firmly, that I should turn around. I didn't. Another step. Another slow exhale. Another faint crunch of snow carried in by the wind. Then, a soft tap behind me. Not loud. Just 3 gentle knocks, spaced evenly, like a signal being sent down the spine of the station. Tap, tap, tap. My breath hitched. Don't turn. Don't look. Don't give it the attention it wants. But something in the air shifted. A touch cold and featherlight brushed the back of my collar, nudging a strand of hair forward. My heart lurched. I spun around. The hall behind me was empty. But the snow drifting from the open platform corridor moved strangely, not falling downward, but drifting sideways, as though something unseen was walking through it. I stepped back toward the door until my spine pressed lightly against the metal frame. A low vibration trembled through the glass, barely noticeable, like the heartbeat of the building. The tannoy chimed again. Final transfer proceeding. Transfer. To where? Nothing in this night felt like travel. Everything felt like a slow, inescapable approach. A dull light flared at the far end of the hall blue, like the glow from Platform 7. It seeped through the old wooden archway, painting the snowflakes drifting in the air with cold fire. I held still. The glow brightened, pulsing like breath. And then, footsteps. Slow. Measured. Approaching across stone. I closed my eyes. For a moment, all I heard was the thin whistle of cold wind touching the edges of the building. Then the footsteps came again closer, softer, as if cushioned by snow. When I opened my eyes, I saw a figure emerging from the archway. Tall, shoulders narrow, head tilted slightly, like it was listening to something inside the walls. The coat it wore looked exactly like the one I'd seen on the platform, but this time, snow flurried directly through the fabric, passing out the other side without settling. It wasn't solid. Not entirely. It paused halfway across the hall. The snow around its feet swirled upward, caught in an unseen current. A faint ring of frost formed around it, spreading outward in delicate, thin branches. The figure lifted its head slowly. The blur that masked its face shifted, then smoothed, not revealing features, but revealing an outline, a suggestion, something eerily close to my own shape. My pulse skittered. I reached behind me for the door handle. My fingers wrapped around cold metal, but the handle didn't move. I pulled harder. Nothing. The figure took one more step. A breath of freezing air swept across the hall. The tannoy whispered directly above my head, "You must return to the night line." No. No, I wouldn't. I refused. I threw my weight against the door once, twice feeling it jolt slightly on the hinges. The cold outside seeped through the cracks. I was close. So close. A new sound rippled through the station. A low, distant horn. Deep, mournful. The same impossible horn from Amsterdam. A connection. A line that wasn't bound to geography. A line that traveled through travelers. The figure was only 10 meters away now. Its steps made no sound, but its reflection stretching along the polished tiles moved with unnerving weight, bending like wet ink. Then the lights flickered. The hall shivered. The snow suspended itself mid-air, frozen mid-fall, and a second reflection appeared beside mine. Not behind me. Beside. Standing exactly shoulder to shoulder. I didn't dare look. My hand slipped, but I caught the handle again. The door trembled, and with a sharp click, something inside the lock gave way. Frost cracked along the frame. Without thinking, I hurled myself forward. The door swung open with a heavy groan, spilling me into the night's frigid air. I stumbled onto the icy pavement, skidding slightly as the square stretched out before me in silent, white emptiness. For a heartbeat, I felt triumph, escape, freedom. Then, light spilled onto the snow behind me. I turned. The station doors, which had been locked, stood open. Not wide, just enough to reveal the faint, bluish glow pulsing inside. And in the gap, barely visible but unmistakable, a silhouette, its head tilted in that same impossible angle, its shape matching mine too closely to dismiss. It didn't cross the threshold. It didn't chase. It simply stood there, pointing gently at the snow-covered square behind me, as though reminding me that night lines run through more than stations. They run through travelers who hear them. The tannoy whispered one last time, drifting through the open door. Connection will resume shortly. Wind swept the square. Snow shifted softly. And somewhere, far across the winter city, a train horn answered. Snow settled around my shoes as I stood just beyond the station doors, watching the faint blue pulse fade inside. The silhouette no longer lingered in the gap. Only the echo of its presence clung to the air, thin as frost, patient as night. I stepped back from the entrance, letting the wind fill the doorway between us. The snow curled upward in soft spirals, as though the city itself were trying to erase my footprints, to sweep me quietly into the winter. For a moment, nothing moved. No footsteps. No breath. No whisper. Then I heard it. A tiny, almost delicate click from within my coat pocket. I froze. Hands trembling, I reached in and felt something cold, thin, metallic. I pulled it out. A train ticket. Not one I bought. Not one the station ever issued. The paper was old, yellowed at the edges, corners softened by time. A faint imprint of frost clung to its surface, melting slowly against the heat of my palm. The text was written in a serif font I recognized from decades-old station signs. Nuremberg, Tiefebene. Last connection, 0. Platform. The platform number was scratched out. Not inked. Scratched. With something sharp that tore through the paper and left a thin groove across my thumb. My pulse tightened. Slowly, a second line of text began to emerge beneath the first. Not printed, not etched, but rising through the paper like something written from beneath the surface. We are not finished. Leicester. A gust of wind rushed across the empty square, carrying with it a low, distant murmur that didn't belong to Helsinki at all. Not the whine of trams. Not the hum of winter traffic. A different sound. A deeper one. A sound like someone whispering numbers down a long, hollow tunnel, counting carriages, counting passengers, counting who returned and who didn't. I dropped the ticket, but the whisper continued, sliding between the falling snowflakes, curling around my ears as though the nightline had simply shifted tracks. Eins, zwei, drei, German. Counting upward, counting toward me. The snow at my feet trembled, and from somewhere beneath the city's frozen streets, far deeper than any metro ran, a hollow voice called out as though announcing an arrival. Nächster Halt, Nuremberg. Story 3. Whispers beneath Nuremberg Hauptbahnhof. I arrived in Nuremberg just after midnight, carrying nothing but a small bag and a ticket I refused to touch again. The station above ground was quiet, washed in pale yellow lamps that made every shadow seem stretched, expectant. But it wasn't the upper hall that unsettled me, it was the faint tremor beneath my feet. A low, steady vibration, pulsing like breath. The locals spoke rarely about the old lower levels, the Tiefebene, built before the war, sealed after it. Some said the tunnels still existed, winding beneath the platforms like forgotten veins. Others claimed they'd been filled long ago. Most didn't speak of them at all. But as I stood beneath the high arches of Nuremberg Hauptbahnhof, I heard something impossible drifting up through the grates in the floor. A voice. Soft. Echoing. Counting. Vier. Fünf. The numbers rose like bubbles from deep water, each one carrying a long, metallic echo that crawled up the iron beams and pressed gently against my spine. I stepped closer to the grate. The counting stopped, and a new whisper, breathy and close as a mouth at my ear, slid up from the darkness. "You're late." The whisper dissolved as quickly as it arrived, slipping between the iron bars of the grate like smoke returning to a fire. I straightened slowly, listening for anything, any sign that someone was down there, anyone who could have spoken so close to my ear. But the hall above ground remained still, too still. Even the electric hum from the ticket machines seemed subdued, as though muffled by a layer of invisible dust. I took a step away from the grate. My boot landed softly on the stone floor. Its echo, however, didn't match. My footfall was brief. The echo stretched. Long, slow, delayed. It wasn't reflecting against the hall's walls. It was rising from underneath. A thin thread of cold seeped up through the metal grate, brushing the skin of my ankles like fingers stretched through the darkness. I glanced down again. The bars were wide enough to see only a sliver of what lay below. Rough stone, old pipes, dust or ash stirred by the faintest draft. Something shifted in that draft. A soft scrape, then another, rhythmic, careful, as if someone were moving a single shoe, slowly dragging the toe along concrete. I swallowed, hard. The signboard overhead flickered. For a moment, the destinations dissolved into static before returning with a stubborn shiver. Only one line remained unchanged. Gleis 13 geschlossen, closed. It's track 13. A platform that no longer existed on the official maps. The vibration beneath my feet deepened, rolling upward like a long-held breath. With it came a new sound, faint, nearly lost beneath the stone but unmistakable. A metallic clang, echoing far below. Then another, closer, measured. Not footsteps, not exactly. More like someone tapping a long metal bar along the floor as they walked. I stepped backward until my heel brushed the cold base of a column. The air tasted strange, dry, stale, as if it had leaked upward from spaces sealed for decades. Then the numbers returned, not whispered this time, chanted. 6, 7. Each number reverberated through the grate with the weight of something ancient, as though the tunnels had been waiting to speak again. The syllables dragged themselves upward, echo stretching so far behind them that by the time the sound faded, a new number was already rising. 8. The overhead lights dimmed. Just slightly. Just enough to blur the edges of the hall. I pressed myself against the column, breath tightening as I strained to hear whether the voice belonged to one person or several. The echoes layered strangely, overlapping like multiple throats speaking from different distances. Neon. The grate rattled beneath my feet, not violently, but with the subtle tremor of something brushing against its underside. I held my breath. Then, from directly below where I stood, A soft voice, only one this time, spoke in perfect, unbroken English. "Don't walk away." The voice unfurled from beneath the grate like a ribbon of cold air, brushing my ankles with a chill that felt deliberate. I didn't answer. I couldn't. My tongue clung to the roof of my mouth as if the cold had reached through the bars and frozen the words before they could form. Then the grate vibrated again, lightly at first, then with a slow, gathering intensity, as though something large were shifting below. A single drop of water fell through the bars, landing near my boot with a soft tick. The sound stretched unnaturally, echoing through the hall long after the droplet had vanished. I stared down, realizing with a tightening in my throat. There was no water on the grate. No condensation. Nothing above me that could have dripped. The sound had come from below, not above. I pushed away from the column, my breath clouding in the strangely cold air. The hall around me felt different now, slightly warped, as if the architecture had grown a second echo. Every sound seemed to carry a twin. My footsteps, my breathing, even the faint crackle of the fluorescent lights had a deeper, slower version of itself reverberating underneath. Then the counting resumed. But this time, it wasn't distant. It wasn't rising up the tunnel like before. It was right beneath my feet. Zane. The word thrummed through the stone, vibrating up my legs. I staggered back, boots sliding slightly across the polished floor. The metal grate shivered again, the tiny rattle of each bar clinking against another, like the keys of an unseen instrument. The counting grew louder, not shouted, not whispered, but projected the way a voice sounds when spoken inside a long, empty concrete corridor. Elf. The lights flickered overhead, their glow stretching thin. The fluorescent tubes hummed angrily, as though something pulsed within their wiring. Zwelf. This time the number came with a sharp, metallic clang, as if someone had struck the underside of the grate with a length of steel. The vibration jolted upward, rattling the metal against its frame. I stumbled backward into the center of the hall, putting distance between myself and the opening to the Tifa Ben. My breath came quicker now, white clouds blooming in the air despite the hall's heating system hissing faintly somewhere behind the walls. Another clang. And another. Faster now. A rhythm forming. A heartbeat of metal. Then the tannoy woke. It didn't chime, didn't crackle, didn't announce. It breathed. A long, slow inhale, as though the speaker itself had lungs, as though something behind the wall were pressing its mouth to the microphone. Platform, below. The voice was deeper than any announcement I'd ever heard in a station. Weighted. Ancient. Its reverberation crawled along the ceiling beams, trailing frost in its wake. Arrival. Imminent. The floor trembled with each syllable. Far down the corridor, the signs flickered violently, letters scrambling, shuffling, rearranging until one message stabilized on every board. Tifa Bena, Glass 13, entry void. Entry void. As in, forbidden, sealed, or something worse. Something like an invitation masquerading as a warning. I backed toward the nearest bench, gripping it as the station gave another deep shudder. Snow began drifting through the cracks around the doors, though the wind outside had calmed. Each flake twisted midair, spiraling downward in slow, unnatural arcs, like tiny white moths drawn to the grate. The counting picked up speed beneath me. Dreisen, Viersen, Fünfsen. Layered now. More voices joining. Some close. Some impossibly far. The grate bulged upward for the briefest moment, as though something huge pressed against it from below. The bars creaked, metal protesting in a thin, whining note that scraped along every nerve in my body. Sexton, my heartbeat hammered out of sync with the numbers, but the echo of it didn't. The echo of my pulse returned from below, perfectly matched, perfectly timed, as though something down there was listening to my blood and repeating its rhythm. I backed away from the grate, slowly, carefully, but the echoes followed. Each step I took, one soft footfall on the polished floor, came back a split second later as a heavy, dragging thud from beneath. Not copying me, matching me, keeping pace. The tannoy exhaled again, frost dusting the speaker grill. Prepare the lower platform. Then, from below, closer now, frighteningly close. The counting reached a number spoken with unmistakable intent. Siebsen. And in the space between that number and the next, a voice rose through the grate. A voice I recognized from Amsterdam, from Helsinki, from the very breath behind my ear. Come down. The voice slid up through the grate like a hand reaching from water, its tones soft but shaped with eerie precision, an invitation spoken in the exact rhythm of breathing. I froze, staring at the metal bars beneath my feet, half expecting fingers to curl through them. But nothing emerged, only the cold, a cold so sharp it felt as though it were thinking. Come down. The last syllable lingered, stretched by the acoustics of a space far larger than it should have been. A space sealed decades ago. I stepped away from the grate, slow, deliberate, careful to avoid sudden noise. The floor answered with a groan, as if shifting slightly under my weight. Then the grate answered too. A faint, metallic tick, not from my movement, but from something responding. The counting below restarted, but quieter, now, more focused. Only one voice, measuring each step with eerie patience. 18. I didn't want to be near the grate anymore. I turned and moved toward the far end of the hall, where an old information kiosk stood shuttered. My footsteps felt thin and fragile in the vast space, but the echoes underneath them came back stronger, as though my sound had to travel twice, once in the hall, and once in the labyrinth beneath it. When I reached the kiosk, the lights above flickered again, dimming into a grayish pallor that washed the color from the walls. The temperature dropped further. My breath became a steady cloud in front of me. A soft hum bloomed through the hall. Not the hum of electricity. Not the hum of machinery. This hum was made of voices. Low, overlapping, forming a single vibrating note. It rose from beneath. It rose from the sealed platforms. The tannoy clicked sharply. like a microphone suddenly grabbed. Lower access unlocked. Unlocked. There was no lower access. Not anymore. The Tifa bean had been sealed for over half a century. I turned toward the far end of the concourse, and that was the moment I saw it. A door I had not noticed before. Tall. Metal. With an old sign above it, its letters flaking with age. Zugang Tifebene. Access to lower level. The door trembled faintly, followed by a gentle kathunk from inside. The sound of something heavy sliding out of the way. Unlocked. A thin seam of pale light appeared around the frame. And then came the dragging. A scrape across stone. Slow. Steady. Closer. Footsteps. Sort of. Not human ones. Something descended the old staircase behind that door. The sound of weight shifting on metal, pressing into old dust, testing each step as though remembering how to climb. The counting grew louder, clearer. Nunzen. I backed away, but the hall felt subtly smaller now, as if the walls had inched inward, pressing me toward the very door that should not exist. The door handle twitched. Just once, as though someone touched it gently. Then again, a slow turn, metal grinding against metal. The door opened, only a small crack, but through it I saw the staircase. Narrow, steep, descending into pale, colorless light. And on the third step down, a foot. Not whole, not broken, just wrong. It looked human at first glance, but the proportions were slightly off, the toes too long, the arch too flat, the skin too pale, as though drained of warmth long ago. The foot shifted. A slow, deliberate adjustment. Dust lifted in a thin veil around it. Then another foot appeared on the step below, placing weight with unsettling precision. A leg, a shoulder, a crooked head. The figure leaned into the stairwell light, half its body emerging through the crack in the door. I knew that tilt. I'd seen it in Amsterdam, in Helsinki, in reflections where no one stood. Its face hovered just beyond the frame, a blur carved out of breath and shadow. The figure lifted its chin, sensing me in the hall. Its head turned toward the kiosk where I stood. Though I couldn't see its eyes, I felt them, pinpointing me, pinning me. Zwanzig, over Dodd, the 20th number, spoken softly, satisfaction in its cadence. The figure pushed the door wider. Just as it stepped forward, a gust of freezing air rushed up the staircase, carrying with it a chorus of whispers speaking over one another, not in German now, but in English, Finnish, Dutch. Every voice I had heard across the night lines, overlapping in a single, impossible repetition. You've come, you've come, you've come. The figure raised its hand, pointing toward me. And in that moment, I realized it hadn't been counting steps. It had been counting passengers. Number 20 was me. For a moment, neither of us moved. The figure remained half-shadowed in the doorway, one pale foot on the third step, one hand gripping the rusted frame as though testing the weight of the air. Its head stayed tilted, listening, no, studying the hall with a patience that unnerved me more than any sudden motion would have. Then something changed. Not in the figure, in the station. A soft tremor ran through the floor, followed by a low mechanical hum I hadn't heard before, like old ventilation systems waking after decades. The lights brightened. Not much, just enough to warm the hall with a color I recognized. A normal color. Human. A gentle amber flooded the ceiling lamps. The figure froze at the threshold and slowly stepped back. Not forward. Not toward me. Backward. As if the shift in lighting disturbed it, or exposed it, or made it weaker somehow. The pale foot retreated down one stair, then another. The door, still half open, gave a soft metallic sigh as the figure's presence withdrew into the deep stone throat of the stairwell. And then the whispers eased. Not gone. Never gone. But thinned, as if the walls no longer carried them so willingly. The relief was so sudden my knees threatened to buckle. I backed away from the kiosk until my shoulders brushed the cold tiles of the far wall. My breath fogged the air in long, pale threads. The station felt normal again. Or at least, normal enough to lie to myself. Some part of me tried to rationalize everything. The Tifa Bean door was a maintenance access. The stairwell sound was wind. The counting a trick of echoes. My mind stitched excuses with shaky hands, and I let it because the alternative would split me open. I dared a glance at the departures board across the concourse. All lines were blank except one. Gleis 1, München, 042, on time. Rest. A real train. A real destination. A real world beyond this place. I clung to that line like a lifeline. Get to platform 1. Board the train. Leave Nuremberg behind. The tannoy chimed. A crisp, clean note. Passenger assistance available. Main platforms operational. A normal announcement. Not a whisper. Not a breath. The warmth of relief unfurled through my chest. I pushed myself upright and began walking, slowly at first, then faster, the sound of my footsteps echoing with ordinary rhythm. I kept my distance from the Tifa Ben door. Didn't even glance at it. As I approached the main platforms, heat from the underground radiators brushed my legs, thawing the stiffness in my fingers. The noise from above, the faint rumble of a distant freight train, felt like a promise of reality returning. I reached platform 1's staircase. Its lights glowed softly. No blue glow. No counting. No shadows bending wrong. When I stepped onto the platform, I nearly cried from how normal it looked. A cold bench. A vending machine humming gently. A single advertisement flickering with mundane persistence. And then, a sound I had been longing for. A train horn. Real. Ordinary. 2 short notes. The digital sign blinked. München, 042, Einfahrt. 2 hours. Arrival. I stood at the yellow line, waiting, gripping my bag so tightly my knuckles whitened. I kept glancing at the tracks, half expecting something wrong. A glow, a shadow, but everything looked stable. The rails vibrated gently. Lights appeared at the tunnel's mouth. A real train. Solid. Warm. The weight in my lungs eased. I was going to leave. I was going to get out of Nuremberg. The tannoy pinged politely. Train arriving at platform 1. A genuine wave of relief washed over me. But just as the headlights grew bright enough to illuminate the platform, a faint whisper curled behind my ear. Warm. Close. Human. It's good you stepped away from the door. I jerked around. Nothing. No one. Just the empty length of the platform. My pulse spiked, but my mind clung to the mundane explanation. A draft, a trick of acoustics, leftover echoes from the tunnels. The horn sounded again, louder now. I turned back toward the arriving train, and that's when I saw it. A reflection. On the glass of the approaching carriage, my silhouette. And behind it, another. But not the tall, wrong-angled figure from before. Smaller. Crouched. Hiding behind my shape like a child peering around a parent's legs. The train surged closer, brakes releasing their metallic hiss. The reflection tilted its head, then whispered, not into my ear, but from inside the glass. You're number 20, but they're still counting. The train doors slid open with a soft pneumatic sigh. Normal. Safe. Human. But the reflection in the glass didn't leave. Didn't fade. It only stepped a little closer. The reflection stayed in the train window far longer than it should have. The carriage lights glowed warm and steady, illuminating my silhouette clearly against the glass. But the second shape, the smaller, crouched one, did not belong to the moving world. Its outline flickered only slightly, as though it were made of breath rather than body. A thin condensation of presence clinging to the glass. The doors slid open fully. Warm air spilled out, carrying the scent of heated metal and stale upholstery so normal it almost broke me. A real train. A real way out. I stepped closer, desperate to anchor myself in something tangible. But the reflection moved before I did. It leaned forward, slow, deliberate, as if trying to step out of the window itself. I froze. For a heartbeat, the station fell into a silence so pure it seemed carved from stone. Even the distant rumble of another train faded into nothing. Only my own breath remained, drifting in thin white clouds toward the glass. The reflected silhouette raised a hand, and from the depths of the carriage, far behind the real-world passengers, beyond the rows of empty seats, a soft, childlike voice echoed through the steel frame. 27, 27. The count had jumped. My pulse jolted. I turned instinctively toward the platform, seeking anyone, staff, travelers. Anyone who might confirm the world hadn't slipped into something else entirely. The platform was empty. Completely empty. The absence of people felt intentional, as though the station had been hollowed out minutes before I arrived. Behind me, the reflection pressed its palm flat against the glass. The surface frosted instantly beneath it, spiderwebbing outward in delicate cracks of ice. The temperature around me plunged. My breath thickened, curling away toward the tracks. The lights above the platform flickered, bending their glow toward the shadowed shape instead of the real carriage. I stumbled back, knocking against the yellow safety line. The tannoy clicked sharply, like a throat clearing from deep inside the walls. Boarding mandatory. Mandatory. Not recommended. Not scheduled. Mandatory. A long steel groan rose from the tunnels below, the kind of noise rails make when strained by weight not meant for them. Snow blew inward from the far end of the platform despite all the doors being closed, drifting horizontally across the tiles. The count continued. 28. 29. The voices were layered now. Not just one, not just many. A woven chorus, rising from beneath the station, like the memory of footsteps trapped in old stone. 30 was coming. I didn't know why that number terrified me, only that it did. As though 30 would complete something, seal something. I stepped toward the train again, not out of courage, not even out of logic, but because the platform behind me no longer felt like it belonged to the living. The reflection cocked its head, as if amused. The frost on the glass swirled into a pattern, circles within circles, tracks looping into themselves, platform numbers spiraling inward toward a center point that pulsed like a single eye. I reached trembling fingers toward the handrail beside the train door. The metal was cold, real, solid. My heart stuttered in relief. Then, a soft knock sounded behind the glass. 3 knocks. Tap, tap, tap. The same rhythm that had followed me from Amsterdam to Helsinki to here. The reflection opened its mouth, a small, round shape, as if about to whisper directly into the glass. But before any sound emerged, something shifted behind me. A vibration, deep, slow, climbing up through the soles of my shoes. Footsteps, real ones, approaching from the far end of the platform. I spun. A man stood there, or at least the shape of one. Tall, still, head tilted slightly too far to one side. A coat heavy with frost. The same frost I'd seen on the stairs of the Typhobine. The figure took a single step toward me, and all the lights along the platform flared wildly, as though trying to push it back. The tannoy crackled. Do not let them complete. Let them complete. The count. 30. The 30th number rose like a bell tolling beneath the earth. The reflection in the window jerked suddenly, pressing its entire form flat against the glass. Ice roared across the pane. Cracks snapped outward like lightning. and the real-world figure at the end of the platform began to run. Not smoothly, not humanly. A loping, jerking speed, as if propelled by something unseen. I didn't think, didn't breathe. I threw myself into the train. The doors slammed shut behind me with a hydraulic scream. The reflection vanished. The platform lights burst. The tannoy hissed into static, and the train lurched forward. Snow exploded across the windows as the carriage entered the tunnel. The world outside became a blur of frost and darkness. My chest heaved, each breath a knife of cold. But I wasn't alone. In the reflection of the glass opposite me, the faint shape of someone sitting in the seat across from mine began to take form. Not the crouched silhouette, not the tall figure, but something smaller, more human, as if a passenger had boarded with me when the platform emptied, as if the count had continued, even without the station. A small voice drifted across the carriage. One more stop. Then the lights flickered. The train plunged deeper into the tunnel. And somewhere ahead, far beneath the city, a new station light pulsed in the dark. The carriage lights steadied, though dimmer than before, casting long, trembling shadows across the worn blue seats. I clutched the metal pole beside me, feeling the cold bite into my palm as the train rattled through the tunnel with a slow, uneasy rhythm like a creature crawling through a place it did not belong. Across from me, the faint figure remained. Still, small, watching. Its outline flickered with the sway of the train, dissolving slightly each time the lights dipped, then reforming when they brightened again. Not solid, not fully present, as though it occupied the seat only in reflection, not reality. The speakers overhead crackled weakly. Next transfer. The voice was faint, its tones brushing through the carriage like drifting snow. Then a single word followed so soft I almost missed it. Zurich. My breath caught. Another city. Another station. Another night line. The train began to slow, brakes sighing tiredly. The tunnel walls outside turned from dark stone to concrete streaked with frost, then to tiles brown, old, wet with condensation. Lights flickered behind glass as we passed, illuminating graffiti that looked more like scratches than paint. The reflection leaned forward, its head tilted, the same impossible angle, the same too intense silence, but smaller, almost childlike. A hand thin, pale rose from its lap and pressed gently against the seat back, as if bracing for arrival. I whispered, barely audible, "What do you want?" Tellity. The reflection didn't move, but the train did. It shuddered once, violently, as though striking a patch of frozen rail. Overhead lights died for a breathless second. When they flickered back on, the small figure was sitting beside me. Not touching. Not solid. Just there, as though distance meant nothing in the night line. And from somewhere ahead, beyond the next bend of tunnel, a gentle chime echoed, precise, glassy, unmistakable, the platform announcement tone of Zurich Hauptbahnhof. The figure beside me whispered with a voice like thin air slipping under a door. Someone there has been waiting longer than all of us. The train slowed. The tunnel glowed white. Snow drifted through a station that should have been sealed from weather. And as the doors unlatched with a soft click, the reflection leaned close to my ear and murmured, "Don't look at the shadows on platform 13. Story 4. Shadow Platform at Zurich Hauptbahnhof. Snow followed me into Zurich Hauptbahnhof like a second shadow, clinging to my coat even after I stepped beneath the towering glass canopy. The station should have felt safe, bright, immaculate, polished to an almost impossible shine, but the light here carried a strange weight. It pressed into the marble floors, into the steel beams above, into the air itself, as though struggling to keep something darker at bay. I walked through the concourse with the crowd long gone, my footsteps echoing in crisp, perfect rhythm until the rhythm broke. A second echo answered me. Not behind, not ahead, but beside me, perfectly aligned, perfectly timed, too close to be coincidence. I slowed. The echo slowed. I stopped. The echo didn't. It took one more step, a soft, precise impact on stone, just beyond the reach of the platform lights. I turned. A row of signs flickered above the platforms, their blue glow pulsing in a steady 60-cycle hum. All displayed normal departures except one, the only one dimmed, its screen nearly black. Platform 13. Officially closed. Officially unlit. But in its darkness, something moved. Just a shift. A bend. A shadow stepping out of another shadow. And then, from the speaker overhead, a cold whisper drifted down. Don't look, but you already have. For a long moment I simply stood there, letting my eyes adjust to the dim corner where platform 13 should have been. The rest of Zurich Hauptbahnhof glowed with that pristine, precise light. The city was known for white, clinical, almost antiseptic. The kind of brightness that leaves no room for imagination. But in the pocket of space where platform 13 waited behind its half-dimmed sign, the light failed. Not flickered. Failed, as though absorbed by something that preferred the dark. I turned away, pretended not to notice, willed myself to focus on the normal world, the faint hum of overhead lamps, the soft clatter of a maintenance cart in some far corridor, the clean smell of metal and cold stone. Normal, predictable, safe. But my mind kept drifting back to the echo that had taken that extra step beside me. An echo shouldn't lead, shouldn't decide on its own when to stop, shouldn't exist without a body to cast it. My throat tightened. I walked toward a brightly lit platform just to reassure myself that reality behaved the way it should. My footsteps clicked sharply, crisp, honest, unbroken. But on the marble floor, their reflections didn't match. The right foot's reflection lagged half a second behind. A tiny delay, barely noticeable, but wrong enough to stop me cold. I took another step. The reflection hesitated again. Not copying, not syncing, choosing. A faint electric buzz drifted overhead. I looked up to see one of the lamps above me, twitching with soft blue sparks, the kind that dance when a ballast is dying. But the rest of the lights stayed steady, as if the fault were isolated to the narrow cone directly above me. Beneath that flickering lamp, the air felt heavier, densely layered, like humidity that carried no moisture. Then the departures board beside me blinked. Destinations scrolled. Times adjusted. Everything normal, until one line at the bottom stuttered into view. 13 closed, do not enter. 23. Nothing unusual, except the text shifted again, subtly, almost shyly, until an additional phrase slid beneath it. Unless accompanied, tells us, my breath hitched. Accompanied by whom? I turned instinctively toward the darker end of the concourse, toward platform 13. The shadows there seemed deeper now, draped over the tiles like spilled ink. Something about their shape tugged at a memory I didn't want to examine. The tunnels in Nuremberg, the figure leaning from the stairwell, the feeling of being counted. I walked forward slowly, compelled by something I wished I could name. The station's clean lines distorted slightly as I approached the unlit platform, like the geometry itself resisted being observed too closely. The hum in the lights changed pitch. Lower. Heavier. As though a transformer somewhere beneath the floor strained under a sudden load. A breath of cold brushed my cheek, not winter cold, not wind cold, but the kind of cold that feels intentional. Behind me, a soft step landed. Close. Too close. I turned sharply. No one, but my shadow on the floor had lengthened by 1/2 meter in the wrong direction, as if something just behind me had leaned forward and then stepped back into the dark. The tannoy above whispered, barely audible, "Proceed to the platform. You are not alone." The whisper from the tannoy faded into the rafters, and for a moment I wasn't sure if I'd imagined it. The air inside Zurich Hauptbahnhof felt too clean, too sharp, too well lit for anything supernatural to survive here. This was a place of perfect geometry and strict timetables where things made sense, where the world obeyed rules. But platform 13 existed exactly where rules broke. As I stepped closer, the hum in the overhead lights deepened to a low, uneasy vibration. It wasn't loud, just present, like the station itself was holding in a breath. The marble underfoot felt faintly warm at first, then abruptly cold, as though I'd stepped through an unseen thermal boundary. My footsteps softened without warning. The first few clicks of heel on stone echoed normally. Then the echoes changed. They didn't bounce outward. They folded inward, downward, as if the sound dropped through the floor rather than across it. With each step I took, the echoes returned slower, and, not quite in the same rhythm, I paused. The echo paused a full second later. Then, one more step. Soft. Measured. Not mine. I spun toward the source of the sound, but nothing moved except the faint drift of cold air curling around my coat. The rows of platform signs flickered again. All except one. Platform 13. Its sign, dimmer than the rest, began to pulse with a soft blue undertone. Not bright enough to illuminate, but bright enough to feel. Each pulse carried a faint crackle, like static brushing the inside of my ear. With every flicker, the shadows under the sign shifted, but not in response to the light. They moved with intent, a slow unfurling, like shapes stretching after too long a sleep. The electrical hum above me sharpened into a high, trembling whine, not painful, but penetrating. A sound you feel along the nerves before the ears register it. I looked up. The fluorescent tubes above platform 12 were twitching, their light fluttering in thin, irregular spasms. Platform 13's lights stayed dark. The contrast made the shadow between the two platforms seem almost alive, as if the darkness were a separate substance instead of an absence of light. A metallic tick echoed behind me. Not from machinery, from glass. I turned. Along the polished wall of the concourse, my reflection stared back, but wrong. Very wrong. It lagged. Just slightly. Its movements a fraction delayed from mine. I lifted my hand. The reflection hesitated, then lifted its hand, but slower and higher, as though raising it toward something behind me, not mimicking me at all. A cold prickle crawled across my scalp. I stepped back. The reflection stepped forward. The hum in the lights intensified, rising in a shaky crescendo. The flicker spread lamps farther down the hall began blinking in quick, panicked bursts, creating a strobe effect that made the shadows jitter like frames in a broken film. The reflection in the wall darkened. Not the wall. The reflection itself, its silhouette thickening, its edges blurring as though the surface beneath the glass were softening. Behind me, a single fluorescent tube popped with a sharp crack, showering faint sparks onto the marble. The sound ricocheted through the hall, too loud, too sharp. And from the dim mouth of platform 13, a whisper rose. Not a voice, not words, a sound. A sliding, gliding, unbroken sound, like fabric dragged slowly across stone, or someone exhaling while walking. It grew louder, closer, pushing the shadows outward with every movement. My reflection suddenly blinked. I didn't. Its head turned sharply toward platform 13. Then mine followed as if tugged. The darkness at the entrance of the platform began to ripple. The blue pulses from the sign synced with the movement, creating the illusion of something shifting in the dark. No shape, no face, just motion low, deliberate, measured like steps taken very slowly on wet stone. The tannoy crackled overhead. Not words at first. Breathing. 2 breaths. 3. Then, proceed. The shadow will guide. Guide me where? I took 1 step back. A corresponding step echoed from the darkness of platform 13, but heavier, slower, closer. My reflection moved again, its head tilting in the same impossible angle I'd seen across 3 countries. But this time, it wasn't looking at me. It was looking over my shoulder. A soft, cold breath touched the back of my neck, and the lights all down the concourse began to go out. One by one, in perfect, steady sequence. The lights died in perfect rhythm. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Each one extinguished like a candle pinched between unseen fingers. The darkness crept toward me in steady intervals, as if the station were inhaling and I was standing at the edge of its breath. I stepped backward instinctively, my heel skidding slightly on polished marble. My breath caught halfway between my chest and throat. Behind me, the last pool of light trembled. A single fluorescent tube above platform 12 flickered desperately, buzzing with frantic energy. The only barrier between me and the long stretch of unbroken dark that waited behind it. The reflection in the wall turned its head again, not to mirror me, not to mimic, but as though it were listening to the lights die one by one. The final lamp above platform 11 blinked, once, twice, then surrendered. Darkness swept in like a tide. Only one lamp remained lit, mine, and beneath that faint, trembling halo, I heard it. A footstep, soft, barely a whisper on the marble, but precise. It came from the dark, from platform 13. I didn't dare breathe. Another step, closer, measured. Each impact carried a strange, dry skitter, as though something dragged lightly along the ground with every movement. Then a third step, too close. I backed toward the bench, hands groping blindly for its edge. The metal felt reassuringly solid beneath my fingers. Cold, predictable, human. The reflection moved first. Its head snapped sharply toward the platform entrance. Then its shoulders twisted, farther than mine could bend, as though bones had no say in its movements. I swallowed hard. "I know you're there," I whispered, voice shaking despite my effort to steady it. The words fell into the dark like fragile shards, swallowed instantly. Silence? No, not silence. A low electrical buzz rose from somewhere deep inside the platform, like a cable vibrating in an old conduit. It built slowly, swelling until the air itself felt charged. Then a faint glow appeared. Not white, not warm, blue. A pale, bluish shimmer pulsed between the pillars at the entrance of platform 13, the same color I'd seen in the Taifabahn, in Helsinki, in Amsterdam. A color that didn't belong in well-lit stations, or anywhere living. The darkness thinned just enough for a shape to form. A silhouette, motionless, watching, tall enough to graze the lower edge of the platform digits. Shoulders narrow, head tilted at that familiar, impossible angle. The angle of someone listening to thoughts rather than sounds. My skin tightened. The figure did not step forward, but the shadow behind it did. A long, thin shape slid outward, stretching like ink spilled across the marble, pushing toward the last patch of light around me. And then the tannoy breathed. Not words, not warning, just a long, thin exhale, like someone pressing their lips against the speaker grill. The lamp above my head flickered violently. Its buzz rose to a frantic pitch. The reflection beside me raised a hand. Slowly, deliberately, and the figure in the darkness raised its own, mirroring the motion. Except the reflection's arm moved first, and the figure followed, as if the reflection were giving instructions. My throat tightened. "Stop," I whispered. "Please, I don't." The reflection placed its hand on the glass of the wall. The figure placed its hand on the air, and the shadow stretched farther, sliding toward my foot in a thin, deliberate line. I stepped back, slamming into the bench. The lamp above me hummed louder, brighter, desperate. Then, without warning, it exploded. Glass rained down in a brief shimmer, the light dying in a single electric scream. Darkness swallowed the platform. For a second, I was blind. The only sound was my own breath, trembling and thin. Then, behind me, so close it brushed my ear, a soft whisper. "This platform doesn't cast shadows. It keeps them." A cold hand, or the memory of one, touched the back of my coat. I spun in the dark and saw nothing. But the blue glow from platform 13 brightened, swelling like a heartbeat. The figure stepped forward at last. One slow step, then another. Its shadow reached me first, and in its wake, the marble floor began to shift, as if the station were making room for what was about to come up from the dark. The figure's shadow reached my foot first, a thin, cold pressure, like fog with weight. I held my breath as it crept toward the tip of my shoe, and then, just when I thought it would climb my leg, it stopped. Not because of me, because of light. A faint, almost apologetic glow rose from somewhere behind me. A single, stubborn emergency bulb flickering to life above the concourse doors. Its thin beam cut across the marble floor in a narrow strip of pale yellow. The shadow recoiled instantly, snapping back toward platform 13 as if scorched. The figure halted mid-step. The blue glow around it pulsed once like a heartbeat skipped and dimmed. For the first time since stepping into Zurich Hauptbahnhof, I felt the pressure around me loosen. A breath escaped me slow, shaky but real. I took a tentative step backward toward the emergency light. The tiles beneath my feet regained their warmth. My reflection in the polished wall flickered, then stabilized into the proper shape, moving in real time, obeying physics once again. Relief washed over me like a thin blanket thrown over shaking shoulders. The station felt normal, or close enough that my mind latched onto the illusion of safety. The tannoy above whispered a gentle chime, the harmless, mundane sound used before announcing delays and platform changes. Attention, maintenance complete. The voice was clipped, clean, emotionless. A perfect Swiss announcement. It almost made me laugh with its ordinary tone. I stepped fully into the soft emergency light. The darkness retreated several inches from the glow. like a tide pulling back from the shore. Platform 13 was still there, dim, blue, wrong. But the figure had faded into the shadows at its far end. Not gone, just dormant, resting, watching. I turned away quickly. My pulse steadied. My breath smoothed into something almost normal. I walked back toward the main concourse, each footstep returning a clean, single echo. No double steps, no delayed shadow, no mimicry. For a moment, I let myself believe that the train tracks, the darkness, the figure, all belonged to some strange architectural quirk, a trick of acoustics and failing lights. The concourse opened before me in wide, familiar lines, the tall clocks, the polished signs, the scent of coffee from a closed kiosk, the immaculate order of Zurich. A thin warmth spread across my skin, lifting the frozen tension that had coiled around my ribs. I stood beneath the main clock. Its hands moved normally, ticking in steady seconds, anchoring me. I took a long breath, let it out slowly, and whispered to myself, "You're fine. You're out of it." Oh, guys. Then something moved. Not in the darkness. Not on platform 13. But in the reflection of the clock's glass face, a figure. Small, seated, legs tucked together, reflected faintly in the curved surface above me. I turned sharply. Only the empty concourse. My pulse spiked, but the reflection remained. Still in the clock's glass, still sitting, head resting against invisible metal, as if waiting on a train that wasn't meant for this station. I stepped closer. The reflection sharpened, just a little, enough to reveal the outline of a window behind it, and rows of seats, and overhead rails, a train interior. Not Zurich, not any station, a different place, a moving place, somewhere below, somewhere beneath the city. The reflection's head lifted, a face blurred by motion turned toward mine, and its lips, soft, slow, deliberate, formed a single word, 13. My breath froze. A soft mechanical click echoed behind me, the unmistakable sound of a platform sign reactivating. I turned. The sign above, platform 13. Moments ago, dark, now glowed with a steady, calm message. Last train, on time, two framed. No blue glow, no whispers, no figure. Just a normal sign, a normal train, a normal platform. My shoulders sagged with a trembling exhale. False alarm. Everything looked and sounded peaceful. But then the tannoy breathed again, lukewarm and quiet, as though speaking through cupped hands. Passenger located, preparing connection. Behind me, the clock's glass shimmered faintly, and the reflected train interior shifted slightly, as if it were slowing down, arriving, aligning with a platform that should not exist. The reflected train inside the clock face steadied, its blurred motion slowing into something horribly deliberate. Rows of seats sharpened behind the glass, lit by an interior light that had no source in the concourse around me. The carriage window in the reflection no longer curved with the clock's face, it flattened, aligned, becoming a portal rather than an image. A soft vibration crept up the marble beneath my boots. Not from Zurich Hauptbahnhof. Not from any line that ran above ground. A rumble from below. From something arriving. The tannoy chimed gently, too gently, as though trying to lull me into stepping closer. Platform 13, now open. My breath snagged in my throat. The sign above Platform 13 glowed with calm white light. The blue pulse was gone. The darkness thinned. The platform looked normal. Impossibly normal. Even the shadows were behaving flat, neat, pinned to the tiles, exactly where physics demanded. If a stranger walked into the station at that moment, they would have seen nothing but a quiet platform awaiting a late-night train. But the reflection told the truth. The train inside the clock shuddered once, metal against metal, and came to a full stop. Carriage doors in the reflection slid open. I felt the air shift in response. A soft inhalation from the direction of Platform 13. The station was aligning. The boundary was thinning. Something was preparing to meet something, and I was standing in the middle of it. I stepped back, slow, measured. In the clock's reflection, the train interior shifted with me, as though the clock itself were mounted on that unseen carriage, and I stood on the platform before it. But the platform in the reflection wasn't Zurich. It wasn't any European station I knew. It was narrower, older, stone walls sweating with moisture, low ceiling lined with pipes, an underground line left off every map for a reason. I turned my head toward the real Platform 13. The shadows at its entrance peeled back to reveal the clean lines of a standard Swiss platform, stripped of menace, dressed in normality. Except a faint mist curled along the track bed. The kind of mist that forms only in deep, unventilated tunnels. And beneath the surface of that mist, the faintest blue glow, pulsing like blood. The emergency light above me flickered, once, twice, and died. Darkness thickened at my back. Only Platform 13 remained lit. I felt the urge to run, but I also felt something else. Something quiet and coaxing, pulling at the base of my ribs the way a tide pulls at ankles. A presence behind me, not touching, not breathing, just waiting for me to choose. A soft step clicked in the distance, then another. Not rushing, not threatening, simply following. I forced myself to face the platform. A train was arriving. Not in the real world, but the real world was bending to make room for it. A cold draft slipped along the tracks. Not wind. A displacement. Air moving aside for something large and not yet seen. The tannoy whispered again, softer than breath. Last call. Connection aligning. Connection. The word echoed in my skull like a footstep down an endless corridor. The rumble beneath the platform intensified. A flicker of light bloomed deep inside the tunnel, yellow, then white, then that unnatural blue seeping through the edges. I took another step back. The train inside the reflection blinked its lights in time with the glow inside the tunnel. They were sinking, becoming one. The next part happened too fast and too slow at the same time. The tunnel exhaled. A gust of freezing air blasted across the platform, scattering a thin veil of frost over the tiles. The light inside the tunnel surged outward. And then, a headlight pierced the dark. But it wasn't the steady cone of a modern locomotive. It was oval-shaped, diffused, flickering like a lantern swaying from an unseen hand. The train groaned as it approached, a long, aching metal sound, not mechanical, not engineered, but tired, ancient. I backed toward the concourse doors. The reflection inside the clock mirrored the movement, but behind me, the carriage in the reflection began to shift. Someone sat in the nearest seat. A small figure, legs drawn close, head resting against the window. It lifted its face toward mine. Its features softened, blurred, reshaped. Not human exactly, but imitating humanity. Trying to look familiar, trying to be recognized. The real train entered the station. No screech of brakes. No thunder. Just a long, steady glide, as if the rails were pulling it instead of guiding it. It stopped with a final metallic sigh. The doors opened. A thin blue mist flowed out across the platform tiles. The childlike figure in the reflection leaned forward, whispering without sound, "Come." The presence behind me stepped closer. I felt it, a shift in the air, a cold bloom spreading along my spine, a weightless pressure pressing between my shoulders, choosing for me. I pressed my back against the concourse door, fingers scrambling for the handle, expecting it to be locked, to resist, to trap me here. But it gave way. It swung open in a rush of night, air cold, sharp Zurich wind cutting across my face. I stumbled backward into the empty plaza beyond the station. The moment I crossed the threshold, the light behind me changed. The blue glow vanished. The doors snapped shut with a pneumatic hiss. The station became still, normal. But the clock above the entrance flickered. Its face clouded. And for a heartbeat, just one, the train reflected in its glass didn't disappear. It smiled. A slow, impossible curve of shadow across a blurred, watching face. Then the reflection split, fractured, and dissolved, leaving only my own silhouette behind the glass. And a single faint number, etched into the fog of my breath. 14. The number lingered on the glass, a faint 14, drawn not by my hand but by something colder, something watching from the other side of the reflection. I wiped my sleeve across it instinctively. The condensation smudged, but the number didn't vanish. It only shifted. The curve of the four bending, sharpening, tightening, as though the glass itself were rewriting the digit. Then another line etched itself beside it. 14, 1, a time, a departure, a moment yet to come. Behind the sealed doors of Zurich Hauptbahnhof, the lights flickered all at once, a ripple of illumination moving down the entire length of the concourse, like someone walking beneath each lamp, one by one, too fast to see, too slow not to feel. The wind in the plaza died. The snow stilled in midair for a heartbeat. And then I heard it again. That same voice. Small, distant, yet impossibly near. The one that whispered through the carriage reflections. It left without you. A faint vibration trembled through the ground under my feet. Not from Zurich's trams. Not from anything above. A subterranean pulse. Moving south. Moving far. Moving fast. Following the night lines. I stepped back from the doors. A second number appeared on the fogged glass. Binario 21. Platform 21. My breath caught. Not Zurich. Not Germany. Not Amsterdam. A station hundreds of kilometers away. A station I hadn't thought about in years. Milano Centrale. A gust of warm wind, too warm for Swiss winter, brushed past my cheek, carrying with it the faintest scent of diesel and old marble. And beneath it, barely audible, the echo of a train horn. Long, low, waiting. Inside the glass, my reflection tilted its head, just slightly, as though listening to a voice far below the earth. Then it whispered, in a tone not mine, "Your stop is next." Story 5. The Sleepless Rails of Milano Centrale. Milano Centrale felt different the moment I stepped inside. Not colder, not darker, just awake in a way a station shouldn't be after midnight. The great iron and glass vault arched above me like the rib cage of some sleeping creature, its curved ribs catching the late lights in dull amber gleams. My footsteps tapped softly on the marble, but the echoes returned with a strange warmth, as though the hall itself were listening closely. I had come because I didn't know where else to go. Because every northern station whispered the same thing, Binario 21. And because the number on the Zurich glass refused to leave my mind. I tightened my grip on my bag as I descended the wide steps to the main floor. A soft vibration traveled through the soles of my shoes. Nothing dramatic, just the low, steady tremor of rails somewhere deep beneath the station. But this tremor didn't fade. It followed. Each time I paused, the vibration lingered for a breath too long, like a sigh rising through the stone to greet me. Then, from the far end of the corridor, beyond the silent ticket booths, beyond the locked shops, a single, gentle chime rang out. Not from overhead, from underground, and a voice, softer than dust, whispered, "You're late again." The chime drifted upward through the marble like a strand of sound searching for an opening. I froze halfway across the concourse, waiting for it to repeat, hoping it wouldn't. But nothing followed. No footsteps. No late-night workers. No trains shifting far below. Just the faint tremor beneath my feet, steady, soft, uncomfortably patient. Milano Centrale at night shouldn't have felt like this. Empty stations are supposed to echo. This one absorbed. My footsteps landed with a dull, muted tap as I walked deeper into the hall. Each tap sank into the stone floor instead of bouncing back. It was like walking on thick carpet rather than polished marble. The building was listening again, like Zurich, like Nuremberg, yet the sensation here was warmer, almost intimate, as though the station recognized me. I passed a row of shuttered cafes. Their metal grates shivered faintly as the underground tremor rolled beneath them. Not enough to rattle, just enough to suggest breath. A long, even exhale. I told myself the warmth rising through the tiles was nothing more than old heating lines. But the rhythm didn't match. Heating hums. This pulsed. Soft. Slow. Almost like something deep under the station was stirring. I glanced at the departure board. Every train was listed as canceled except one. Binario 21, Ultima Corsa 01 in arrivo, is 7 to Lier, Platform 21. Last run. Arriving. My throat tightened. Platform 21 wasn't listed on tourist maps anymore. Hidden behind quiet walls. A place people spoke of only in low voices. I stepped closer to the board. The text flickered. Just once. Then the row below it rearranged itself, letters shuffling, as though something behind the screen was choosing them carefully. Another message appeared beneath the arrival time. Per passeggeri già registrati, tagliat sciun. For passengers already registered. The tremor beneath me thickened, curling up my legs. An acknowledgement. A welcome. I forced myself to turn away, my pulse loud in my ears. The station entrances were only a short walk behind me. A few dozen steps and I would be outside, in the real Milan night, with traffic lights and taxi horns and people who breathed like people. But my shadow on the marble stretched ahead of me, far longer than it should, far thinner. It reached toward the corridor leading to the old platforms, toward the place where the underground air throbbed like a heartbeat. Then something changed in the silence. A soft scrape, faint, behind me. Not footsteps, not dragging. Something shifting, like someone adjusting their weight very slowly, deliberately, to avoid making sound. I turned sharply. No one. But the nearest pillar carried a thin trail of condensation, a long vertical smear, as though a face had leaned against it moments before, listening. From beneath the station, the chime rang again, lower this time, more certain, and a whisper, closer than the first, rose through the warm stone. Come down, you've been expected. The whisper dissolved into the tiles beneath me, leaving the marble faintly warm as though the station had breathed straight through the stone. I stepped back instinctively, but the warmth followed, curling around my ankles like low fog, urging me forward with a softness that felt almost gentle. Almost. The tremor in the floor deepened. not shaking, vibrating. A subtle throbbing, like the pulse of a machine older than the rails above. I tried to walk away from platform 21, just to see if I could, but the tremor followed every step, matching my pace, growing slightly stronger whenever I turned toward the old corridor, fading when I angled back toward the exits, as though something below were tracking my direction. The overhead lamps hummed in long, wavering tones. Not faulty, not flickering, just tuning themselves to the low vibration beneath us. I passed the ticket hall, its empty counters lined with dark glass, and noticed a faint distortion in the reflections, not lagging like in Zurich, and not delayed like in Nuremberg. Something else. My reflection's shoulders rose and fell with my breath, but the reflection's chest did not, as though it were holding its breath, waiting. I forced myself not to look again. A distant sound rolled through the station. Soft metal. Metal on metal. Like train wheels turning slowly on rails that hadn't been used in years. But the sound didn't come from the upper tracks. It came from below. The tremor answered with a deeper pulse. Somewhere in the locked corridors, a door creaked, a long, sighing groan, as if released from years of rust. The lights along the left arch flickered in a gentle ripple, one after the other, like someone was walking beneath them. Not fast, not slow, measured. I backed toward a column, steadying myself with one hand against the cool stone. At first, the pillar felt normal smooth, cold, lifeless. Then the stone warmed beneath my palm, and I felt something I couldn't explain. A second pulse. Not mine. Not mechanical. A heartbeat against the pillar. Slow, deep, patient. I snatched my hand away. The pulse stopped instantly. The tremor underfoot shifted rhythm, aligning with the pillars, with the arches, like the entire station structure was adjusting, preparing. I turned toward the corridor leading to the unused platforms. It waited in silence, a long, descending passage framed by old iron railings and faded signage. The lights there were weaker, paler, the glow of bulbs not replaced in years. Yet something moved at the far end. At first, I thought it was dust caught in a warm updraft. Then the dust gathered, thickened, condensed into a drifting shape. A figure, small, head bowed, hands clasped as if holding something. It stood completely still at the end of the corridor, just beyond the reach of the nearest lamp. I blinked. Once, when my eyes opened again, the figure was closer. A single step nearer, but I hadn't seen it move. The tremor beneath my feet synced to my heartbeat. The lamps above hissed, and from the corridor, the faintest sound rose. So soft I had to hold my breath to hear it, breathing. Not labored, not deep. A slow, steady, rhythmic breath, like someone trying not to disturb the dark around them. The shape took another step, not toward me, but aside, into the shadows lining the wall, hiding itself, watching from darkness. I took a step backward. This time, the tremor did not follow. It waited. And then the sound came, not breath, not whisper, not metal. A chime, identical to the one I'd heard in Zurich, but warmer at the edges, wreathed in a low, ambient hum. Ding, ding. Then a voice beneath the floor, a voice too close to be underground, spoke with soft Italian cadence. Il binario si sta aprendo. The platform is opening. The corridor lights flickered once more. The figure in the shadows shifted, its head lifting, its face still hidden, as if waiting for my choice. The tremor below dropped to a deeper tone, aligning into a slow, rolling rhythm. And somewhere far beneath Milan, far below the public lines, a train blew its horn, low, long, and unmistakably awake. The horn's low vibration held in the air long after the sound itself faded, lingering like a thread of breath stretched across the marble. My skin prickled, not from cold, not from fear something stranger, a quiet pressure, as though the station expected me to respond. The figure at the end of the corridor hadn't moved again, but the shadows around it had. They shifted with small, delicate motions, tightening, loosening, sliding a little to one side, as if adjusting to the hum rising beneath the floor. I stepped forward, just enough to test the space. The tremor returned beneath my soles, stronger now, more directed, matching the pace of my heartbeat so precisely it felt as though the marble had begun to pulse. The lamps overhead hummed in response, the filament glow bending gently toward the corridor. Only a few minutes earlier, the ceiling lights had felt indifferent. Now each one angled its dim warmth with strange intention, like a line of lanterns marking the path of a procession, or guiding a single traveler. I swallowed hard. "Is someone there?" I whispered. My voice carried only a short distance before being absorbed into the corridor's warm dark. The figure didn't turn, didn't react, but the shadows beside it curled tighter, as though listening. The air thickened. Then, a soft pat, 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 echoed from deeper in the old passage. Not footsteps. Something softer. Pads of cloth on stone. Measured. Even approaching. I took another step toward the central hall, meaning to retreat, but the tremor beneath me intensified. Not enough to unbalance me, just enough to encourage me forward, like a hand on the spine, ushering gently. The tannoy crackled above with a low, grainy exhale. Binario 21, ready. Binario 21. The old platform. The forbidden one. The one that didn't appear on maps anymore. I felt the weight of the word ready settle in my chest like a stone. The figure moved, not walking, sliding. Its head rose from its bowed position, slowly, almost shyly, like a child lifting their face after hiding too long. What little light seeped into the corridor brushed its outline, revealing more of its shape. Too small for an adult, too slender for a child. Limbs too long, shoulders too narrow, proportions just a few degrees off what my mind accepted as human. It stepped sideways into the path of a flickering wall lamp. For half a second, its face lit. Not enough to show features, only a blurred surface, smooth as frost on glass, with two darker indentations where eyes should be. Then the lamp dimmed again, sucking the shape back into the shadow. A warm current of air drifted up from the floor grates, surprisingly warm, like the breath of underground engines. And beneath the rising heat, a sound began. A low, slow, rolling metal click, 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 like wheels turning on an ancient track. My throat tightened. Something was coming up the old line. The corridor lights flickered in succession, not failing, but signaling. A ripple of dimming bulbs marking something's progress beneath the floor. The figure tilted its head as the sound approached, listening to the metal rhythm, leaning slightly toward me, as if measuring the distance. I stepped back, one slow movement at a time. The tremor beneath me didn't stop me this time. It followed, yes, but it didn't push. It felt cautious. A long sigh drifted from the dark beyond the figure. Not entirely human, not entirely mechanical, like metal breathing. The figure stepped forward at last. Its foot touched a patch of marble that glowed faintly, warm light pooling beneath it, as if the station itself illuminated its path. I wanted to run. Every instinct told me to. But something held me in place. Not physically, just a quiet pull, as though leaving now would violate some unspoken agreement. The figure's outline wavered with each approaching click, as though the sound shaped its form. It took another step, and another, each one slow, respectful, almost ritualistic. Then it stopped, still several meters away, but close enough that the tremor beneath the floor shifted directly under my feet, matching perfectly with the quiet vibration that rose from the figure's unmoving body. The two pulses synced, a subtle alignment. One heartbeat, shared by two places. The figure lifted an arm, thin, slightly too long, moving with a fluid weightlessness that didn't obey bone or ligament. It pointed toward the old corridor, toward the stairwell descending to Benario 21. The marble beneath the corridor's threshold cracked softly, a hairline fissure glinting under the dim light. Then a warm breeze, distinctly warm, like the exhale of a train engine, I washed over my face. The figure's blurred lips parted, and the sound that escaped was neither child's voice nor adult's. A breath shaped into words but stripped of tone. "They've opened the platform for you." For a moment, the words seemed almost reassuring. Not threatening, not sharp, just informative. As though the figure were nothing more than a station attendant announcing a late-night platform change. "They've opened the platform for you." The tremor under my feet softened, losing its urgent rhythm The warmth rising from the marble dissipated, leaving the air cool and strangely still. Even the lamps above held steady, no flicker, no hum, just a low, constant glow bathing the concourse in pale gold. The figure lowered its arm, not retreating, not approaching, just sinking back into stillness, almost like it had done its job. I took a slow, careful breath. The air here tasted normal again, dust, iron, old marble, that faint scent of diesel soaked into the bones of every major station. Real things, familiar things. Maybe I'd misread everything. Maybe the shape was just a shadow. Maybe I was overtired. Maybe the vibration beneath the concourse was nothing more than the old freight lines still running their late-night schedules. This wasn't Zurich. This wasn't Nuremberg. This wasn't Amsterdam. This was Italy. Warm stone. Warm light. Warm nights. A place built on noise and people and movement, not on silence. I stepped back from the corridor. The tremor didn't follow. The figure didn't follow. For the first time since arriving in Milan, the station felt less like a living thing and more like a place. Again, a place made of steel beams and marble tiles, and not some deep, listening presence. I turned away from Binario 21, and when I did, I found light. Warm, bright light spilling from the main concourse, illuminating the ticket booths and the sweeping iron arches in a gentle amber wash. The digital displays glowed with familiar green and white text. Even the sounds of the city seeped faintly through the glass doors, the distant hum of traffic, the occasional rumble of a passing scooter. Normal. Blessedly normal. I exhaled, a shaky laugh breaking in my throat. I walked toward the main doors, passing through rows of empty seats and vending machines, glowing with soft neon. As I approached the outer hall, the old stone pillars no longer pulsed beneath my fingertips. The reflections in the polished floors returned my movements perfectly, without delay or distortion. Real. All of it real. The tannoy chimed overhead. A clear, bright chime, the kind used for daytime announcements. Attenzione, il treno per Roma Termini parte dal binario 4. A normal announcement. For a normal train. The tension in my shoulders eased. The silence inside me loosened. I reached the tall glass doors of the station and pressed one open. Cold night air rushed across my face, fresh, crisp, carrying the scent of rain from somewhere beyond the plaza. I stepped outside. Breath. Freedom. The lights of Milan stretched before me, gold and steady, with no strange shadows bending their glow. Cars passed. A bus coughed to life at a nearby stop. A man walked his dog down the street, the animal's collar jingling. Everything was firmly grounded in the living world. I let out a long, exhausted sigh and leaned against the railing, overlooking the taxi queue. The steel was cold and solid beneath my palm. No pulse, no warmth, nothing waiting underneath. Just a railing, just a night, just a city. A small, almost embarrassed smile crept across my face. I'd imagined it. All of it. or at least to magnify it. Stitched pieces of fear from other stations onto this one. Whatever waited on Binario 21, if anything waited at all, it wasn't mine to meet. Not tonight. I pushed myself upright, ready to leave. That was when the phone in my pocket buzzed. A soft vibration, not harsh, not loud, but steady enough to make me freeze. I hadn't used the phone since Zurich. I hadn't given my number to anyone. With a slow breath, I pulled it out. The screen was black for a moment, then lit with a single notification. New message. No number. No sender. Just a timestamp. 01. And a single line of text. Your departure has been rescheduled. Please return to platform 21 to reset it. I stared at the screen. The glass door behind me clicked. Softly, as though someone inside the station had pressed a release switch. I turned. Through the tall glass, I saw the concourse. Empty, still, except for one shadow. Not a figure. A shadow stretching long across the marble floor, angled toward me in a way the overhead lights couldn't explain. Extending, reaching, and then, from somewhere deep beneath the station, a soft, warm exhale rose. Like an engine waking, like a platform opening, like something patient, smiling. The warm exhale rising from beneath the station vibrated faintly in my ribs, as if something deep below Milano Centrale had drawn a long, quiet breath and held it in anticipation. I stared at the shadow stretching across the marble inside the concourse. It shouldn't have been able to reach that far. Not with the lights positioned where they were. Not with the angles I knew so well from a lifetime of traveling. The shadow wasn't cast. It was moving. Slowly. Deliberately. As though extending a hand. My phone vibrated again. A second message, identical to the first. Please return to platform 21 and Quasta Screes. No sender. No timestamp. Just the instruction. I stepped backward onto the plaza steps. Something inside the station shifted in reply. The lights above platform 21 pulsed once, faint but unmistakable, their glow seeping into the corridor like warm breath filling lungs. I turned to leave. I should have run. I knew I should have. But the moment my foot touched the pavement outside, the world dimmed. Not the city lights, those still glowed. Not the traffic still humming. Not the plaza still empty. What dimmed was sound. Like Milan suddenly drew a curtain between me and the night. The passing cars grew muffled. The bus engine faded. Even the dog's collar jingling a moment ago fell into silence. The air thickened. The city felt farther away, as if I'd stepped into a pocket of space held just outside the real world. Behind me, the station doors eased open with a soft, breath-like sound, inviting, not dragging. A warm draft washed across my back, carrying the low hum of rails warming beneath the earth. Milano Centrale was calling me. but not the living part of it. Not the concourse. Not the shops. Not the platforms tourists used. Below, I told myself not to look. But I did. Through the glass, platform 21 glowed again. A faint golden hue this time. Gentle, almost domestic. Like the light inside a kitchen late at night. A warmth meant to soothe, to draw me in. The shadow on the floor shifted again, pivoting toward the staircase leading down. And for the first time, I realized the shadow wasn't attached to anything at all. Not a figure. Not a pillar. Not a person. Just a shadow, existing without its source. Waiting. I forced myself away from the doors, but the air outside pressed harder against me, thickening like humidity before a storm. Though the night was dry, it tightened around my shoulders, guiding rather than grabbing, urging rather than forcing. My phone vibrated once more. A third message. Same text, but now a second line beneath it. Don't make them climb up for you. And a cold ripple ran through me. A heavy, slow thunk echoed beneath the station. Something large, shifting. Machinery waking. Doors sliding in deep, unlit corridors. The underground rails hummed in reply. No train on the upper platforms reacted. No lights flickered elsewhere in the concourse. Only Binario 21 answered. I swallowed dryly and stepped forward again, toward the station. Not because I chose to, but because the space around me made every other movement feel like walking through syrup. The doors opened fully, soundlessly, as if they'd been waiting for my decision. Warm air flowed outward. Not hot, just warm enough to feel like breath on skin. I crossed the threshold. The concourse lights dimmed slightly behind me, subtle, almost respectful. A corridor of soft gold led toward the stairwell descending to the old platform. The shadow moved first, sliding ahead of me, graceful, certain, as though guiding a guest through a familiar home. I followed, pulled by something I couldn't name. Not fear, not compulsion, something gentler, sadder, like walking toward the memory of a voice calling your name during childhood. Each step down the staircase felt oddly weighted, as if time grew thicker in the air the deeper I went. Halfway down, the hum of the rails grew louder, not hostile, beckoning. The corridor at the bottom was lit by a line of small bulbs, their yellow glow steady and old. Dust floated in the air like tiny, slow-moving stars. The shadow halted at the last step. Ahead, the platform opened like a mouth, arched stone, rusted rails, and at the far end, a tunnel glowing faint blue. But the train already waited. A single carriage. Old steel sides washed in pale gold. Windows fogged as if someone inside had been breathing against them for a long time. The door slid open with a soft whisper. There was no conductor, no passengers, only the faint silhouette of a small figure sitting near the back, legs drawn in, head tilted, watching me. My breath stilled. I stepped forward, not toward the train, but toward the edge of the platform. One more step, just one. A cold breeze swept across my shoulder. A voice whispered right against my ear, "We can leave now." I turned. The shadow had shape now. Human-like. Small. Still faceless, but undeniably present in the warm half-light. I backed away. The carriage lights flickered. The train engine exhaled deeply, a warm gust through the tunnel. And then, overhead, the tannoy breathed one last announcement. Final escape. Boarding closes in 1 minute. Escape. Not departure. Not arrival. Escape. That word broke something loose inside me. Without fully thinking, I moved. Backward. Up the steps. 2 at a time. My breath tearing thin trails in the cold air. The station trembled beneath me, not violently, but in disappointment. The lights dimmed. The hum softened. The warmth faded. Something sighed below. Long. Low. Regretful. I burst back into the concourse. The glass doors slammed themselves open, letting me through, then closed sharply behind me. And just before the doors met, just before the reflection vanished, I saw the train pulling away. Not on rails, not in the tunnel. Inside the glass, retreating into a darkness behind my own reflection. A small face watched me through the window, expressionless, endlessly patient. Then the image dissolved, the doors sealed, and Milano Centrale exhaled for the last time. Silence. Night. Normalcy. For the moment. Because when I finally looked up at the station clock above the entrance, its fogged glass carried a new message. Next stop, 15. As south, the 15 on the station clock didn't fade. It sharpened. What should have been condensation smeared across the glass began to draw itself inward, curling like ink pulled by invisible threads. The number thickened, its edges straightening, becoming almost carved into the fog. 15. Another stop on a line that shouldn't exist. A number climbing with purpose. I stepped back from the doors. The plaza was still quiet, cars rolling by, street lamps steady, the city alive and unaware. But there was a weight to the air now, a pressure behind my ribs, a sense that something had followed me up from the depths. My phone buzzed again. No vibration this time. Just a single chime, the soft, melodic tone used on certain high-speed trains. The screen lit. No message. No number. Just a name. Stazione Termini Binario 26, Rome. A station larger than Milan. Older in some ways, younger in others. A place where night settles into corners the day never reaches. I tried to lock the screen. It didn't respond. The text shifted. letters gliding softly across the display, forming a sentence as though written by a steady, unseen fingertip. The shadow arrives before the passenger. 18. A gust of warm air slid across the back of my neck. Not from Milan. From somewhere else. Somewhere deeper, further, closer to the next stop. I turned slowly. The glass doors of Milano Centrale were dark now. But the reflection on the other side of the glass wasn't mine. It was a corridor. Tall columns. Wide arches. A digital sign glowing faint blue. Roma Termini. A shadow stretched across its floor. Longer than a person. Longer than a train. Reaching toward me as though testing the thickness of the glass. I blinked. The reflection snapped back. Just my face. Just the concourse behind me. But the clock above the entrance chimed. A soft, deliberate tone I had never heard in Milan. Ding. A pause. Ding. 2 notes. Like a train arriving in a place my feet had not yet reached. I stepped back into the night air. Far to the south, too far to hear. A single train horn echoed. Low. Sustained. Unmistakably waiting. A final line whispered through my phone speaker. Not as a notification, but as if spoken from the space between signals. Your next connection is already boarding. Story 6. Echoes in the deep levels of Ikebukuro Station. Ikebukuro Station, after midnight, feels nothing like the frantic daytime maze people complain about. When the shutters close and the crowds vanish, the underground corridors hum with a quiet so deep it seems borrowed from places far below the city, places no late train should reach. I arrived long past the last departure, guided only by the faint glow of emergency lights pointing toward the lower levels. The signs still shone their crisp white arrows, but the air down here felt different, thick, as though the tunnels exhaled only when no one watched. My shoes clicked softly against the tiled floor. The echo returned, but not from behind. Not from ahead. Not even from the walls. It came from below, as if another corridor, another set of steps, another version of me moved in perfect time somewhere one layer deeper than B4. I slowed. The echo slowed. I stopped. The echo didn't. One more step landed beneath me, muffled but certain. Someone walking in a level I knew didn't exist. I turned toward the dim platform map on the wall. A new line had appeared. Thin, gray, unlabeled, leading downward, and a faint voice, almost polite, rose through the floor tiles. You've reached the correct depth. The voice slipped away as quickly as it had come, leaving only the low hum of fluorescent tubes vibrating somewhere above the tiled ceiling. I stared at the map again, blinking to be sure I wasn't misreading it. The thin gray line hadn't been there when I passed the same wall earlier. Ikebukuro's depths were complicated, yes, but they were documented. Every transfer route, every connecting passage, every long corridor marked with perfect Tokyo precision. This line, though, no name, no color, no direction, just a faint trail sloping downward as if drawn by a hesitant hand. I touched the glass. It felt warm. The floor beneath me gave a gentle shiver, the kind you feel when a distant train passes several layers above. But all lines were closed for the night. The final departure had left more than 20 minutes ago. There shouldn't have been movement here at all. I took a slow step backward. My foot landed softly. The echo that answered was not soft, not gentle. It struck the tiles below with a heavy thud, as though someone or something had brought their heel down much harder than I had. I held my breath. Another echo followed. Not mine. Not delayed. Independent. A step taken without me. I turned toward the long corridor leading deeper into the underground complex. At this hour, it should have been still shuttered shops, closed fare gates, nothing but vending machine lights and taped-off maintenance zones. Yet the air carried movement, not wind, not footsteps, a sense of something turning slightly, adjusting its position just out of sight. The fluorescent lights flickered in a polite, almost embarrassed way one after another, in a smooth wave rolling down the corridor, like a ripple marking someone's passage. But no one was there. Only shadows. Thin, elongated, stretched too far for how close the walls were. I swallowed hard. Then I heard it again. Not the voice this time, a sound more subtle. A soft tap, 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 like fingertips brushing against tile, testing the edge of a wall, feeling out the shape of the space. I stepped closer to the wall-mounted map, desperate to anchor myself in something normal. The gray line still pulsed faintly, as though illuminated by a hidden LED. It led toward an area labeled only in small characters. Secherbukachuyu, restricted installation zone. No public access. But that wasn't new. I'd seen similar labels in stations all across Japan. What was new was the way the text wavered, just slightly, as if viewed through heat haze. I leaned in. A faint reflection formed on the glass. My reflection. And behind it, another, lower, smaller, standing exactly where no one stood. I shut my eyes, opened them again. The second reflection was gone, but the floor answered with a soft vibration, rising directly through the soles of my shoes, warm, deliberate, almost reassuring, the way someone might press a hand briefly to your shoulder. And from the corridor behind me, the polite, distant voice returned. "You're close. Please continue downward." The voice dissolved into the tiles again, slipping through the grout lines as though the entire floor were nothing more than a thin membrane stretched over something deeper. I stood still, letting the faint warmth under my feet settle into a steady pulse. It didn't feel like vibration anymore. It felt like breathing. Soft. Measured. Coming from below. The corridor ahead, leading toward the lowest public level of Ikebukuro, glowed in strips of pale fluorescent white. Their hum changed pitch as I approached, each fixture shifting tone by a fraction of a note, as though tuning itself to the rhythm rising beneath the station. My footsteps echoed normally at first. A single tap. A single return. But the farther I walked, the more the echo changed. It came back hollow, then deeper. then layered, as if my step were answered by two others, one directly beneath me, one far, far lower. Tap, tap, tap. The third echo trailed long, too long, stretching in a slow downward spiral that made the corridor feel suddenly taller, wider, emptier. I slowed. The echoes didn't. Something else was walking. Something that didn't bother matching my pace anymore. Behind me, a soft click echoed through the corridor, the sound of a fair gate locking itself for the night. I turned. The gate was shut, lit by a steady green glow that meant it was in power save mode. Normal. Ordinary. Except the IC scanner light pulsed once, then again, as though someone invisible had tapped a card against the reader. A second click. The sound of permission granted. My breath tightened. The scanner blinked faint blue, a color I had seen before. In tunnels, in reflections, in places I wasn't meant to stand. Then the gate opened. Just slightly. Inviting. Expectant. I stepped backward, refusing the gesture. The gate closed instantly. Not aggressively, but like a polite host withdrawing an offer. Another sound unfurled through the corridor. This one low, metallic, stretching along the length of the tiles like a thin rail vibrating in the dark. I knew that sound. A train, but not above. Not on the visible lines. This one came from the deepest layer beneath Ikebukuro, a level that didn't officially exist. The lights overhead flickered in response, not chaotic, not random, but rhythmic. A gentle pulse, as though signaling to someone walking far below the concrete foundation. I kept moving deeper into the corridor, drawn by something I couldn't name. The air changed gradually, warmer, then cooler, then carrying a faint trace of metal and moisture. The smell of underground tracks. Old ones that hadn't been aired out in decades. The emergency sign ahead small, square, glowing green began to sway slightly. Not from wind. The air was completely still. It swayed as if someone had brushed past it. Someone taller than me. I stopped walking. The echoes didn't. Now they ran ahead of me. 3 sets. Tapping, 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 down the corridor I hadn't yet reached. Then a 4th sound joined them. Soft, slow, dragging, not footsteps, a long fabric-like stroke gliding along the tiles, as though someone were trailing a coat sleeve against the floor. I turned, pulse quickening. A shadow shifted at the far end of the hall, not cast by anything I could see, moving independently of the light source, sliding across the tiles like ink pulled by magnetism. It froze the instant I looked at it. I blinked. The shadow stretched again, toward me this time, but only when the lights dipped. Never in full brightness. Only in the in-between moments. The half-dark, and the lights were beginning to flicker more often. A faint, polite, mechanical chime drifted through the ceiling, a melody used on certain Japanese platforms, but softer, slowed down, as though heard through thick earth. Bon, bon. Then a whisper threaded through the hum. The lower line is approaching. Lower line. Not subway. Not JR. Not anything that should carry passengers. The warm pulse beneath the floor quickened, beating in time with the flickering lights. And from the map behind me, still glowing faintly with that impossible gray line, a soft sound rose from inside the glass. Knock. 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 Slow. Measured. Like someone gently rapping from the other side of a window. I turned back toward the corridor. The shadow was gone, but the echoes remained, tapping steadily downward, downward, always downward, as if descending a staircase I couldn't yet see. The lights flickered again, and this time, in the brief darkness between blinks, I heard a voice right beside my ear. Almost there. The whisper brushed the side of my face like breath from a mouth I couldn't see. I spun, too fast, my shoulder grazing the tiled wall. Nothing stood behind me. No figure. No shadow. Only the faint tremor rising through the soles of my shoes. Steady now, almost patient. Ikebukuro's lower corridors are wide enough for crowds, but when you're alone at this depth, the emptiness presses inward. The overhead lights hummed in low, wavering tones that felt less like electricity and more like a tuning fork vibrating through the bones of the station. I waited, listening, letting the echoes settle, and then I realized something was wrong. Not with the sound, with the silence. Ikebukuro Station is never completely quiet. Even at 1 a.m., you hear the distant rumble of trains on upper levels, a burst of laughter from drunk students, the clatter of vending machines. But down here, nothing. As if the city had been sealed off above me. The air temperature shifted. A warm draft drifted across my shins, followed immediately by a cold one brushing the back of my neck. Like two currents passing through each other. I stepped forward. The echo that answered was not my own. A single footstep landed just behind me. Soft. Barely there. But certain. I didn't turn. I couldn't. Every instinct told me that turning was exactly what whatever followed me wanted. So instead, I looked at the tiles beneath my feet. For the first time, I noticed something I should have seen earlier. The grout lines were moving. Subtly. Softly shifting like strands of hair drifting in water. A slow, pulsing wave rolling beneath the floor. I staggered back. The tiles stilled instantly, as if caught. A soft metallic hum rose from the walls, an old elevator motor attempting to start, but deeper, slower, as though buried far below the station. Behind me, something exhaled. Warm. Human in temperature, not human in shape. I forced myself to turn. There, between two pillars, a shape stood. Thin. Too thin. outline shimmering faintly, as if heat haze had taken the form of a person. Its head was tilted, not broken, not twisted, just listening. The lights flickered, and for a fraction of a second, the figure's outline sharpened. Not a ghost, not a person. Something like a reflection without a mirror, hovering in air. Then, a quiet sound from it. A step, not toward me. Beside me, as if it intended to walk with me. The corridor floor vibrated at the same moment, the pulse sinking with that single step. A slow rolling tremor, not alarming but acknowledging. The figure took another step. So did the tremor. So did the echo beneath it. 3 layers. 1 movement. I forced my voice out through a dry throat. Who are you? As reducing, the figure's head lifted. A slow, graceful motion, precise as a bow in a tea ceremony. Its surface shifted. Not skin, not shadow. Something between an unmapped texture, like mist pressed into a humanoid mold. Yet the face had no details. Only the suggestion of them. A faint indentation where eyes should be. A smudge where a mouth might form. Not empty. Forming. Becoming. Then it spoke. Not from a mouth. From everywhere around me. We're already walking together. My breath locked. The corridor lights dimmed again. A long, deliberate fade, as though the station were lowering its eyelids. In the darkness, the figure shifted closer. Not stepping, sliding across the air, its form bending slightly as though following the map's gray line downward, deeper than public floors. When the lights came back, the figure crouched at the very edge of the tiles, and with a slow, almost courteous motion, it pressed one hand to the floor. The tiles rippled around its palm. A soft bulge rose beneath it, as if the stone were softer than it had any right to be. I stumbled back. The bulge flattened instantly. The figure stilled. Then, the corridor behind it began to change. A faint glow seeped through the vents in the floor, blue-white at first, then warming into the soft amber of old incandescent bulbs. The glow shaped itself into a line, a path, downward. The figure straightened, tilted its head toward the light, then toward me. No impatience, no threat, just waiting. The floor tremor deepened, the hum in the walls thickening, the air warming with the unmistakable breath of engines turning slowly in deep, unseen tunnels. The voice slid across the corridor again, closer, smoother, almost encouraging. The deeper platform is ready. The corridor felt warmer now, but not in a comforting way, more like the heat rising from machinery running behind a wall. Yet the figure didn't move. It simply stood there, angled slightly toward the newly glowing path beneath the tiles, as though it had fulfilled its role, as though it no longer needed to guide me. Something in that stillness gave me the courage to step back. The tremor beneath my feet softened, the warmth in the air loosened. The lights overhead steadied into a polite, well-behaved white. Ikebukuro Station felt normal again, as if the entire place had taken a long breath and finally let it out. The figure dimmed slightly, its edges thinning like steam dissolving into air. For a moment, I could almost convince myself it had never been there at all, that I had misread shadows, that exhaustion had warped the depth of the corridor, that the echoes were nothing more than strange acoustics. I blinked. When my eyes opened, the figure had stepped back into the deeper dark. Not vanished, just retreated. Respectfully. The glowing path beneath the tiles flickered once, just once, then faded entirely, leaving the floor looking utterly ordinary. Cold stone, clean grout, no movement. My breath eased. A long, shaky exhale. Maybe this was the end of it. Maybe the nightmare had been tied to those hidden levels, and now that I'd stepped away, it was over. The city's normal sounds filtered back in a distant hum from the JR lines above, a soft announcement echoing faintly through ventilation shafts, the intermittent whir of escalators shutting down for the night. Normal things, real things. I walked back toward the central stairwell connecting the lower corridors to the main concourse. With every step I took away from the shadows, the world felt more familiar. The marble tiles brightened. The emergency exits stood exactly where they should. I passed a vending machine humming with a steady, comforting mechanical tone. Nothing followed me. Nothing whispered. Nothing breathed against my neck. At the foot of the escalator, I paused. The metal steps were still, powered down, but they looked safe. Empty. Harmless. A bright green emergency sign pointed upward. To the concourse. To people. To the living. I began to climb. Each step echoed cleanly behind me. Only my own footsteps. Only one set. Halfway up, I dared a glance back. The corridor below was empty. Just tiled walls, quiet air, polite fluorescent light. I almost laughed. A small, relieved exhale broke out of me, half disbelief, half exhaustion. Maybe I finally outran whatever had been following me. Maybe the line ended here. Maybe escape was as simple as turning around and walking away. I reached the top of the escalator and stepped into the brighter concourse. The ceiling rose into familiar grid patterns. Bright signs glowed in kanji and English. Even the faint electronic jingle from a closed convenience kiosk played on repeat, cheerful and harmless. Normal. Blessedly normal. I leaned against a support pillar, letting my breath slow. My pulse settled. The tremor beneath the floor was gone. No more pulse. No more breath. No more impossible depth. I closed my eyes. Just for a moment. And when I opened them, a janitor stood a few meters away, mopping the floor in slow, steady motions. He didn't look at me, just worked mechanically, cleaning the tiles with practiced ease. Relief warmed my chest. Someone else. A real person. I straightened and stepped toward him. "Sumimasen," I murmured softly. "Is the station about to close? Destarge?" He didn't answer. Didn't react. Didn't pause his movements. His mop glided back and forth over the same small patch of floor, in the exact same rhythm, with no variation, as if trapped in a loop. I stepped closer. "Are you?" He stopped. Completely. The mop froze mid-stroke. The water dripping from its cloth hung in the air for a heartbeat longer than gravity allowed. Then, slowly, stiffly, the janitor turned his head. Not toward me. Toward the corridor I had come from. He stared at it. Still. Silent. As if waiting for something to emerge. I followed his gaze. Nothing moved. But from the depths below, a faint sound rose. Muffled, distant, almost kind. A soft ding, ding. The chime used only for arriving trains. The janitor's head tilted. Too far. Too smoothly. A perfect, slow angle. And without looking at me, he whispered, "You climbed the wrong way." My relief shattered. My breath caught. The escalator behind me groaned softly, a sound like metal waking. And from somewhere far below B4, a new echo began to rise. Tap, tap, tap. Ascending. Not downward anymore. Upward. Straight toward me. The ascending footsteps rose through the escalator shaft with slow, deliberate precision. Not rushing. Not hunting. But closing the distance with the certainty of something that had already chosen me long before I arrived in Tokyo. Tap. 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 Each footstep carried the faintest metallic resonance, as though landing not on tile or steel, but on some older surface beneath the layers of the station stone, perhaps, or something even deeper. The janitor didn't move. He simply stared down the corridor, mop suspended midair, head tilted at that terrible angle, as if listening with every part of his body except his ears. I whispered, "Who's coming?" To last us. His jaw tightened. Not opening. Not speaking. But the whisper came all the same, leaking from his still lips. Your reflection caught up. My lungs froze. The footsteps grew louder. Tap. 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 Reaching the bottom of the escalator. Not climbing yet. Pausing, as if testing the air. Measuring the angle of the light. Waiting for me to make a decision. I stepped away from the janitor. His eyes, if they were eyes at all, followed me with slow, dragging intent. "Go," he murmured. Not to me. To the footsteps, inviting them. I stumbled backward, turning toward the main concourse. Ikebukuro Station widened around me. Open halls, tall ceilings, shuttered shops, vending machines glowing faintly. A normal place. A safe place. A place where nothing should be able to follow the rules of the lower levels. But the escalator behind me shuddered. The metal steps shifted. not moving upward, not downward, breathing. A soft hiss of warm air rose from the seam between each step, and then the footsteps resumed. Tap, 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 climbing slowly. One step at a time, I ran. Not loudly, not wildly, just fast enough that the soles of my shoes skidded over the polished floor, sending quick, sharp echoes ahead of me. The station didn't echo them back. My footsteps were swallowed instantly by air too thick, too heavy, as though the concourse itself had been padded to silence any attempt to prove I still existed here. The overhead signs flickered as I passed. Kanji and English scrambled for half a second, then reassembled as if correcting themselves. Every sign pointed to the exits. Every arrow glowed brighter when I neared it. The station wanted me gone, or wanted me to think so. I reached the final corridor leading to the surface. The tall glass doors glimmered ahead, reflecting the streetlights of Ikebukuro, steady, silver white, natural, safe. I sprinted. Halfway down the corridor, the lights above me dimmed. Not all at once, one by one, following me, matching my speed. A wave of growing dark. Behind me, from the escalator shaft, the footsteps grew clearer. Tap, tap, tap. But now I could hear something new beneath them. Not breathing, not speaking. The echo of my own footsteps, matching perfectly, layering beneath the sound of the thing climbing. My reflection's steps, the ones that had followed me from Europe to here. Catching up, I pushed harder, lungs burning as I neared the glass doors. They slid open automatically, a soft pneumatic sigh, as though welcoming me, inviting escape. I burst into the plaza outside. Cold air washed across my face. Traffic hummed. Neon signs flickered. The city felt alive again, its noise wide and forgiving. I stumbled several steps forward, almost collapsing. Ikebukuro station loomed behind me, silent, tall, harmless in the night. Until something tapped the glass door. Gently. Once. Twice. 3 times. Tap. 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 I turned. The janitor stood inside the lobby, motionless, mop hanging at his side. Behind him, the lights flickered in steady pulses, as though syncing to a heartbeat I couldn't hear out here. But he wasn't the one tapping. On the inside of the glass, just below eye level, a small hand pressed against the surface. Thin, pale, fingers too long, palm too narrow. My reflection's hand, except it wasn't mimicking me anymore. It tapped again. Tap, tap, tap. A perfect imitation of my footsteps in the corridor, the ones I thought I'd left behind. I stepped back. My breath fogged the air, thin and shaky. The reflection behind the glass tilted its head, that same patient, listening angle, and its lips moved without sound. Then, the display board inside the station flashed to life. All departures blank. All platforms dark. Except one. A single line of text appeared, glowing faint white. Next train transfer required. Beneath it, the smaller line shimmered into existence. Sensom Shinso platform approaching. Deep layer platform. A platform that didn't exist in any Tokyo blueprint. A shiver crawled up my spine. The reflection placed its second hand on the glass, as though bracing itself to push through. I stumbled further back toward the busy street. A taxi passed. People walked by. The world went on. But the glass door of Ikebukuro station fogged from the inside. A perfect oval of breath forming, growing, pressing outward. A single number appeared in the condensation. 16. The next stop. Already counting. Already coming. Already mine. And somewhere far, far below Ikebukuro, beyond any public line, past all maps, past all rules, a horn sounded, low, long, patient. A train, arriving for a passenger who had escaped too many times. Before we part, listener, breathe slowly. Let the night settle around you the way the tunnels settle beneath the stations we've wandered through together. Each story you've heard tonight, each footstep, each echo still drifting behind your thoughts. They're only shadows now. Soft ones. The kind that stay near the edge of the bed, waiting gently, without wanting anything at all. If the lights in your room flicker, or if you hear a quiet sound, a tap, a breath, a soft shuffle in the hall, don't worry. It's only the night reminding you that the world is wider than the places we see in daylight. Sleep well, and let the echoes fade into your dreams. And when you wake, if any of tonight's platforms appear behind your eyelids, if any train seems to hum a little too warmly as it passes, just remember, you're still on the safe side of the glass. For now, good night, and thank you for listening. We'll meet again on the next line.